Good evening and welcome everyone. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of June 18th, 2024 is now called to order. Ms. Wood, may we have a roll call?
Councilmember Isto?
Here.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Here.
Mayor Badami?
Here. So before we begin, I need to remind everyone of our meeting guidelines and our town values. This includes that we value civility and decorum during our public meetings. This includes discussions and debate among council members as part of our council values. And this includes embracing diversity and strongly condemning offensive language, hate speech, and racial intolerance. Now let's get started in showing respect to our flag. So everyone, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next part of our meeting has to do with presentations, and this is always an exciting part. I'm going to step down to the floor, and I'm going to ask Executive Director Nicole Burnham to join me. Mary. And Mary. And Mary. So, this is Parks and Open Space Month. It's an integral part of communities, including the town of Los Gatos. Parks and open spaces promote health and wellness, improve the physical and mental health of people, and promote time spent in nature. They ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide space for popular sports, biking, and hiking trails. We encourage all people to enjoy our parks and natural open spaces and recognize the benefits of connecting with nature. I hereby proclaim July 2024 as Parks and Natural Open Spaces Month and encourage all people to enjoy our parks and natural open spaces that have added to the town's economic prosperity and enjoyment. So please accept this proclamation with great pride from the town of Los Gatos. Round of applause. Okay, this next one is going to be a little bit longer. So Ms. Privetti, please join me. Thank you. It is with great honor to share highlights of your accomplishments with members of our community. Laurel Privetti has dedicated most of her professional life to local government and the education of future local government leaders. Before her time with Los Gatos, she dedicated 28 years working and rising within the Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement Department of the City of San Jose. She's devoted the last 10 years to the town of Los Gatos as an executive leader, with the last 9 years serving as our town manager. As town manager, Laurel fostered a collaborative culture between the town council, staff, and the community, enabling excellence in the provision of services to Los Gatos. She led the town successfully through the COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring the continuity of high-quality services and innovative delivery methods to maintain public health. I'm not done. With the direction and support of town council, she implemented a diversity, equity, and inclusion program, which included the inception of the town's first DEI commission. She's also worked as an adjunct professor for San Jose State University for 17 years and has led multiple efforts to advance training of local government leaders through programs such as the Santa Clara County Leadership Academy, Cal ICMA, and other training programs. She has coached and mentored local government professionals both inside and outside of her organizations through various county and regional programs. Her support has helped countless professionals advance in their careers and successfully navigate professional challenges. This includes onboarding 4 of our 5 council members with unwavering support, wisdom, and political acumen. With special appreciation, the Los Gatos Town Council renders a commendation to Laurel Prevetti for her years of public service to the town of Los Gatos. We are so grateful for your steadfast and devoted leadership. Round of applause for Laurel. We're not done. So earlier today, no, you can't go away. There's something bigger, and it looks even better. I'm sorry. This was dropped off by the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors. They've also provided a commendation. And what I noted, there's similar things that they would like to say about Laurel, but what they also added, they were noting her leadership that earned her the California Woman Leading Government Women's Leadership Summit Career Achievement Award. So another round of applause for Laurel. One more round of applause, please. Want some help? Okay. You're tiny but mighty. And I see a hand up. So Councilmember Moore, would you like to add something?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. Manager Prevetti, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your truly exceptional service to the town of Los Gatos. As the town manager of Los Gatos, you have given so much to this community, to this organization, and to everyone who has had the pleasure of knowing you. You've done so much for so many during your tenure. You are a mentor, you are a thoughtful, long-term thinker, you are an advocate for your staff, and you are a deeply compassionate servant leader. You've been an exemplary model of what it means to dedicate yourself to public service. The town council has a unique insight into just how dedicated you are to this work and the people who live in and work in the town of Los Gatos. You are constantly going above and beyond to serve this community and the Los Gatos town staff. You are one of the hardest working people I have ever seen in action. You have stewarded Los Gatos through difficult times and helped us be in a position today to thrive as a community. Personally, you have inspired me to be a better council member and a person more generally. I have learned tremendously from you, and I will be forever grateful to you. The town of Los Gatos and our larger community are a better place because of your devotion to public service. Thank you for everything you have done for the Los Gatos community, for the town of Los Gatos staff team, and for the generations to come that will benefit from your leadership. We are all going to miss you so much. Thank you, Laurel.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. And I apologize. I did not realize we were going to be doing this tonight until the last second. I know we'll still be working with Laurel through a lot of this summer, so tonight is not farewell, but it is a thank you. And I think so much was captured already in the commendation and by Councilmember Moore, but I think a lot of our community, what they don't realize is behind the scenes, the culture of collaboration and support that is built within the staff. It's just a real pleasure as a council member to have a view into and watching how everyone comes together when staff reports have to come together before a council meeting and all of the departments are working together. The kind of above and beyond after hours type of work that's done is modeled by our manager and seems to be cheerfully carried out by everyone else because they know that everybody gives 110, 120%, and it's all for a greater cause. One of the pleasures for me has been first of all, to be onboarded by Laurel because I knew who she was and admired her as a resident of this town, but coming on to the council, the type of mentoring I got, the type of support, helping me be a better council person and also a better person, and support at a difficult time in my life. But also to be at public events. When I'm at a cities association event or a mayors and managers meeting last year when I was mayor, or at Stanford for an event, seeing the reaction and the respect that Laurel garners from other professionals in her area or elsewhere, having an executive from Stanford come up and recognize her as, oh, I took a class from you at Stanford, and Laurel seems to remember all of her students. Or just last week at a Cities Association event where the city manager of Los Altos Hills, Peter, was talking about how much experience we have in Silicon Valley and in Santa Clara County between Laurel and James and Kent, 3 different city managers that are retiring this year, and how he relied on the guidance and what support all the managers give to each other. And it's the second time I heard him refer to her as this. He said, but Laurel is a legend. And he said it with great respect, and I see that reflected in so many other professionals that really understand what it takes to be a city manager, what it takes to protect the staff, take the bullet for them, protect the council, and her style has always been to stand behind the council and have the council be front and foremost. But make no mistake, the reason everything works every single day is because of her leadership and because of the loyalty that she has engendered in her staff and in her council members. So thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, so I didn't realize we're doing this tonight either, so I didn't write anything either, and so much has already been said. I'm probably the one council member you didn't on board. We hired you in my first year, so you've been here almost as long as I have. So I obviously want to thank you for all the years of your dedication and passion for Los Gatos and support to me as a council member and twice as mayor. People probably don't realize it. To be a successful mayor, you really have to have a lot of support from the town manager. You're kind of connected at the hip some of the time in order to get your agenda done or get the needed things of the town done. So as mentioned, I think we were lucky to have the person that's been teaching and mentoring the other town and city managers around the county. So we're lucky to have you here helping make sure Los Gatos stays a great town and bringing us all the support. I recall you go, in my opinion, went beyond sometimes when I told you I had to go present at the Kiwanis Club or someplace like that. You would help me create information for the presentations, and if I needed to write something when I was mayor for one of the articles, you'd help me gather information. So I didn't feel like those were really the jobs of the town manager, but you saw it as I saw it as going beyond to help make sure that I was successful as a council member. So again, I want to thank you for all your years and your dedication to Los Gatos and helping us.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. As a council member who is somewhat a little bit different and thinks differently, I want to thank you, Town Manager, for listening and being receptive to different points of view. And I also wanted to thank you very much for leading the town through some of the most difficult challenges that I've heard of in the history of the town, including the North 40, the gun issue, the issue over racial slurs being used in this chamber, to getting a housing element and a general plan through. Very, very big challenges. Those are just a few, and I want to thank you for your leadership on that.
Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your kind words, and to thank each council member for your words. It was very, very nice to hear, and I'm very humbled by what all of you said. But as all of you know, any of my accomplishments are really because of the team, it's really the team that sustains me and sustains all of our accomplishments. And I think we're just so fortunate to have such a wonderful community here in Los Gatos, and I can't think of a better place to work. I keep telling my colleagues that Los Gatos is, I've got the best job of California as a city manager, because there's just no other place where we can accomplish so much together as a team, the council, the community, and the staff. So thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing all of the wonderful things that Los Gatos will continue to do, and you're in great hands with the staff. So thank you all tonight.
Thank you. And we'll still get to see Laurel through the month of July. So now we get to business, and that's our consent item. So items appearing on the consent are considered routine town business and may be approved by one motion. A member of the council may request to have an item removed, and then they can also comment or take action. Members of the public can also provide comment on our consent calendar. So I'm going to look to my right, and I see the Vice Mayor has his hand up. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to pull items 6 and 11 just for questions of financial nature on these large projects. And also, I wanted to ask about item 13. One question about it, maybe we could just answer now, and that's this is regarding the increases for the LCW labor negotiators. And my question is the increase for new contract work in 2024 versus an estimate of work that was provided on previously? And if it's for new work, are the amounts consistent with the previous assignments?
Thank you for the question, Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. This is for the next fiscal year, the upcoming fiscal year for LCW. They are our regular labor attorney firm that we use. We do use them for negotiations, but we also use them for our labor relations advisement. So it's an ongoing contract that we typically have. And in the amounts, this is consistent with, labor relations needs, as well as some negotiations that are still going to be happening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so items number 6 and 11 are pulled, and we will hear them at the end of the meeting. So with that, I'm looking for a public comment, and I don't have any cards. Would anybody like to speak to us on the consent items? Not on verbal communications, it's just on the consent items. Okay, Councilmember Risto.
Okay, seeing no comments, I move to approve consent items 1 through 5, 7 through 10, and 12 through 15.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Second.
Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. I am moving the last item, number 23, that we're going to be hearing next rather than last. And the reason being is that we have outside legal counsel on standby. So let's get started with item number 23. But we'll wait for that until we hear verbal communications. I got thrown off by Ms. Pravetti and accommodations and all those kind words. Okay, thank you. All right, verbal communications. I have a speaker card from Tevis Ignacio. Yeah, at the podium.
World Cup a while ago, and last week on the 12th, it was published that they're looking for a base camp. And Brazil, like I said, Brazil was, they were here last thing, and I just was following up on that because you got to put, this town has to put the cat in the hat, in the ring. So I don't know if you got the email today. I sent this morning of an article for FIFA looking for base camps, and they had like 13 already, And you guys, in 94, you guys, the mayor, I think, went to Brazil and tried to do that. I know some of you know that this. I just was trying to follow up on if you knew anything, or trying to put it on your map, because you guys got a plan for set aside funds and stuff like that. That's all I have to just bring it up to your attention.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay.
All right, our next speaker card is Galit Goldenthal.
Hi, my name is Galit Goldenthal. Thank you for having me. I'm a Los Gatos resident, and I'm also a member of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Jewish Silicon Valley. I am here tonight on behalf of Jewish Silicon Valley and JCRC to extend our tremendous gratitude to retiring town manager Laurel Prevetti for her tireless support of an inclusive, diverse, and welcoming community. Laurel was instrumental in making the United Against Hate March happen in Los Gatos. And this event is particularly meaningful to me because it was my middle schooler who reported the swastikas outside of Starbucks. While this event evolved out of several hate-motivated incidents that occurred here in our town, because of Laurel's partnership on behalf of the town, over 2,000 community members rallied and walked together in Los Gatos. And it was, I can't tell you how meaningful it was for us as a family. People expressing solidarity and unity and firmly condemning discrimination and prejudice in our town. Laurel, thank you for your friendship to the Jewish community and the broader, to the Jewish Silicon Valley and the broader Jewish community, as well as your dedication to a warm and welcoming and inviting Los Gatos for all of its residents. We appreciate all you have done and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you. And can I give you flowers?
My last speaker card is Amy Despars. Yes, the town clerk will help you with that.
I'll just get started. Hi, my name is Amy Despars. I stood here a couple of weeks ago with frustrations with a very large crowd behind me. I'm here again tonight just to ask again that the council please encourage the town attorneys, the town manager, anyone to be helping against these monstrosities that are being built in our town. Not yet. I've received a lot of articles from a lot of different people from all over the state on what town councils are doing and what towns are doing. They're not asking their community members to go talk to the developers. Right now, the developer will not answer to us, the person who owns the RES site. He will not answer to anybody. The other site has had better luck, which is very nice, but they still don't want to go down from a 7 to an 8 foot to a 4 foot with having people look in their yards. Is it going to show up? Okay. I have something I can email all of you. Basically, it's as tall as the towers that are in Live Oak Manor Park. So imagine that right behind your house. That's shading your solar. That is garbage flying off the balconies. It was windy here the other day, if anyone didn't notice. It's people looking into your windows. It's the most trafficked area in Los Gatos. So many accidents are there. It is a safety hazard. I'm encouraging you all to work together and find a solution and not just put it in our hands. The other thing, after the last meeting, it was just brought to my attention that most meetings have norms. And I was here with a few elder people, and they were very disappointed in the behaviors of some of our council members and some of the language that was said at the end, towards the end of the night. And it was just really disappointing. And I just wanted to hope that people will be held accountable and that maybe your norms are reviewed before the meetings. People typing on their computer during public comment, it doesn't look too good. Using foul language, it's not a good representation of what our town is. So I'm just asking that you just really work together, find a way for all of you to work together and come to some agreements and really just support all of us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it acceptable to have it passed around? Yes, yeah, we'd like to have it distributed. Thank you. All right, do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, last chance for anybody in the audience to speak to us on an item that is not on the agenda. And seeing no one come forward, I am going to close verbal communications and go back to what I started with Ms. Nomura with item number 23 that I have moved up first from being the last item. Welcome, Katie.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager, here to discuss a potential revenue measure for the ballot. With us, we have our town attorney, and she also has legal counsel with her. We have Ben Fay with us as well to advise us on this matter. And we also online have Rochelle Lewis from NBS. And so with that, I'll start off with the presentation. I can go ahead and verbally start. I think we recall what happened at the last meeting. So on May 21st, Council discussed this and gave direction to explore a special tax that included police, public safety, emergency preparedness, wildfire prevention, such as vegetation management and storms and traffic relief, and to approve kind of continuing work to pursue this. Next slide, please. And part of that was to conduct additional outreach. So we did want to provide the public and community an opportunity to weigh in on what their priorities were. We did receive 26 responses, and that can be found in attachment 7 as of yesterday. Those results are in alignment with the polling results that police, traffic flow improvements, and wildfire risk reduction were the top priorities. The survey was shared on the town website, landing page. We created a landing page for losgatos.ca.gov/revenue measure, which has other FAQs and information on the potential revenue measure. And we also shared it on social media and in the town newsletter. Next slide, please. And so whatever option, there are a couple options which I'll discuss further. And all of them include these kind of things for consideration. If the town does not capture the 1/8 cent sales tax capacity remaining to us, another agency could pass a sales tax measure and prevent Los Gatos from having control of those funds. No matter what kind of option we pick, there would be a sunset date after 20 years, and it would include a resident oversight committee. The revenue generated from a 1/8 cent sales tax would include approximately $1 million. And the deadline to submit ballot measures to the county is August 9th. So next slide. And so I know at the last meeting, Council did direct us to pursue a special tax. There was a mention at that meeting of a general tax plus an advisory measure. This wasn't really explored at the meeting. And since then, our consultant from NBS recommended that may be an option you want to go or at least consider. And then following up to that, a council member did request us to provide some additional information, which is why it's before you today. We know you have a tight schedule of having to have a first reading and a second reading for the August 9th deadline, so we wanted to prepare them both for you so you actually have the option without having to have additional meetings. And so right now, what has been directed was a special tax, which requires a 2/3 vote to pass. This is unlikely given our polling results. In comparison, the general tax plus advisory measure would require a simple majority vote to pass, and this is supported by the polling results that is likely to happen. For the special tax, it would designate specific ways in which the funding must be used, and this is legally enforceable. As compared to the general tax plus advisory measure, under the advisory measure, this would indicate the will of the voters. So how it works is we would put a advisory measure saying, how would we like to spend these funds? Should the town spend these funds on these specific categories? And so while that is not legally binding, it is something where it is clearly laying out the will of the voters and provides guidance and direction to this council and future councils to continue to use the funds in the manner that is in alignment with the will of the public. In addition, council could specify the use of those funds in an oversight committee's enabling resolution. And lastly, we come to finances. That 66. It would cost $66,000 to place the special tax on the ballot because it's just one measure. It would be double that amount to place two measures on the ballot with a general tax plus an advisory measure. Next slide, please. And so this is just the proposed 75-word ballot language for your consideration. I'm not going to read it. It is in your materials. We just wanted to point it out here in case it needs to be brought up for a discussion. Next slide, please. And this is the general tax proposed language and then with the advisory measure language as well. And we would propose having the if this option is pursued, to have the advisory language first and then have the general tax second. The reason for that is as people are going down to vote, it would be good for them to know that there is an advisory measure that does indicate how a tax should be spent and have it be followed by then I get to vote on the tax measure. Next slide, please. And so we've listed out the potential options. Option one is to pursue the special tax, and it's a little complicated. This time we are going the route of adopting a resolution as well as introducing an ordinance to put the measure on the ballot, just out of an abundance of caution to make sure we've covered all our bases. So that's why you have a lot of language there. But essentially option one is for the special tax. Option two is for the general tax plus advisory measure. The council could also opt to provide other direction or take no action. And so we're here for any questions.
Thank you for the report. Vice Mayor.
I had a procedural question. I have a lot of questions, about the report, but procedural question is about considering this item because a council action was taken in May, and the council action was a motion to support a ballot measure with a specific tax. And that's after there was a discussion about a general tax option as well as an ancillary part of that. And so my question is this a reconsideration of a prior council action? And we have a procedure for dealing with reconsideration. The way I read it, it seems like it is, but I would be interested in why this is not a reconsideration of a prior council action.
As I see it, the council directed staff to return with a special tax for the council's consideration. And so staff has provided information regarding the special tax if the council elects to go that way. And then as an additional option, staff provided information regarding a general tax with an advisory measure. And in my opinion, providing the additional option is not counter to the council's original direction because staff is providing two options.
And if I may just add, Mayor, the motion regarding the specific tax did not place anything on the ballot. So at that point, we were still in the exploratory stage, I would say. Council provided direction, which then enabled us to do the necessary work for the ordinances, the resolution, work with our consultant, et cetera. But now we're at more of a decision point, and that's why you have the formal documents before you and the additional choices.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, if I may. When I read the motion that was adopted, and then I read what is before us tonight, it looks like a reconsideration of that motion if we were to go with a general tax. And so we have a procedure that basically says that a reconsideration is discouraged. It may only occur in special circumstances, subject to procedural restrictions outlined in our policy 201, and reconsideration does not include anything that would be a resolution in response to a lawsuit or referendum. And there's a step which would be to place a reconsideration of a prior action on a future council agenda, and that motion must be made by a council member who previously voted on the prevailing side of the prior action. And my understanding is it has to occur at the next meeting, may only be made and considered at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the council. And so with that, I will make a motion now to strike this item from the agenda as it is a reconsideration. It is, in any way to look at it, we're being asked to reconsider the decision that was made to proceed with a special tax.
So I will second the motion to move this forward, but I'm very concerned about legalities. Is this something that we need to explore more? Are we familiar with this at this level? This is kind of new to me, and I'm concerned about legalities. Did the public have a chance to weigh in on the general tax? I mean, it's almost like it's new information tonight. Is that appropriate?
I would like to take a break to review the motion against the town's reconsideration policy, if that works for the council. As I see it, the council's direction at the last meeting was to bring back a special tax for consideration by the council to place it on the ballot. I don't view that motion as precluding staff from bringing another option to the council for their consideration as well.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. And I'd just like to weigh in before we break to provide an opposing view that I think I see this item as continuing the conversation that we had, and I think that's what we directed staff to do. We did not direct staff to put this on the ballot, and so I think this is providing us the options that are in front of us and providing us additional information that I was interested in seeing, and so I think this is helpful, and this is what my understanding of the direction of the council was. So I would vote no on the motion, and I think this is more than appropriate, and it's also very time sensitive, so I think we need to have this conversation this evening.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I will say that after the last meeting, I was inclined toward reconsideration because I know what kind of headwinds there are with a 2/3 passage. And what I view is when we make a motion to consider a conversation, to me, the reason I voted to continue the discussion of a special tax was it was the only way we could go forward to discuss a tax. I appreciate staff bringing us other options, and I didn't want to close any doors. So I will be interested in the legal side of it, but I appreciate that staff continued a conversation about something we did not discuss last time. Furthermore, regardless of how we got to this week, in this conversation, I felt like we were missing information from the public last time. The public has been not weighing in as we've been discussing this tax measure over time, and I think many of us went out of our way to go and speak to a number of people, community leaders, other groups, to get their opinion about a sales tax and what they would support and at what level and what kind of assurances they would need. So I felt like now we had the time to get all of that information together, and I just feel like I don't know enough yet, and I was working on getting more information. So I viewed this as another opportunity to have a discussion of options. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
So I'll just put it out there. As I recall that meeting, I laid it out on the table that if we were going to have a tax, because it requires a 4/5 vote, that I only would be agreeable to a specific tax. So I think that kind of cut the conversation as to not going towards a general tax, because maybe there was some consensus that you wouldn't have a 4/5 vote, and this was the only way to get a 4/5 vote. That's my recollection. I could be wrong, but I think we need to take, would a 10-minute break be sufficient for the town attorney?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10 before 8. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to wait to call the question. So we're temporarily taking a recess. Everybody could be seated. And I will look to the town attorney if she has made a legal determination on our question.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've reviewed the motion from the May 21st meeting, and the motion was to support a ballot measure with a specific tax. In my view, on the agenda tonight are a special tax and a general tax with an advisory measure. An issue has been raised this evening as to whether or not that requires a motion for reconsideration. And in the light of the concern that has been raised, my conservative recommendation is that the council vote on the special tax this evening and that the council considers scheduling a special meeting to consider the other option of the general tax with the advisory measure if necessary.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a motion and a second. Shall I still call the question?
Yes.
Okay, I will call.
Excuse me, typically we take public comment before motions are made. So.
You're absolutely correct. We're going to miss you. Thank you for keeping us in line. All right, I am going to open public comment. I have no speaker cards. Is there anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands. Oops, there's one hand raised on Zoom. Jim?
Jim?
Welcome. Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I understand there's some procedural questions and you're possibly going to be handling this a little bit differently, but either way, I'd like to make a few comments on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce that may or may not frame this out, at least from the perspective of the business community. So to Madam Mayor and the Honorable Town Council, this is Jim Foley representing the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and our membership. After some careful discussion among the board and the membership, we are supportive of the sales tax measure so long as the following criteria are met. First, it should be structured as a general tax measure coupled with the advisory measure, which I know you're discussing this evening on how that's going to unfold. Second, there are specified priorities in the advisory measure to include specifically public safety, infrastructure, and economic vitality. That's critical to the support by the chamber for any tax measure. While these are really challenging times and generally a tax increase would hurt businesses in light of inflation and rising costs, we believe that losing the chance to control the proceeds from the tax to the county or any other entity worsens the position of the business community in the long term. So in that case, we're supportive of trying to capture the sales tax so long as the criteria we outlined is met. And we're happy to elaborate on this more and provide some more specifics regarding the position if this comes to another special meeting or a future meeting in August. Thank you.
Question for you from Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Foley, for speaking to us this evening. Can you talk through the Chamber's reasoning on the preference for the general tax versus the specific tax? Because it sounds like that's what we'll be hashing out now.
Correct. I think was maybe in the presentation when they were talking about the hurdles it takes to achieve the special tax. And so we recognize that. And so we don't know that going down that road is in the best interests. It almost certainly seems like it would be set up for failure. So, you know, in having the conversations among the board and with our membership, something that is achievable, you know, within the time frame by which we wouldn't lose the ability to go after the tax would be doing the general tax with the accompanying measure that would, you know, provide some guidance. And it's our feeling that that accompanying measure passing and having it, you know, be written and a very, you know, public measure that is passed, it would be challenging for the council or, future bodies to try to deviate from what we're asking to be specified in the accompanying measure. So that's why we believe that direction is more achievable rather than going for the specific tax, having it lose, and then potentially the county doing their own revenue measure or something that maxes out the sales tax, and then we have lost control of the funds. So hopefully that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you for your perspective. It's very helpful to get the thoughts and feelings of the business community on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Foley. Do we have any other hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Would anybody like to come forward and speak to us on the sales tax? All right, come forward and don't forget to grab a speaker card and fill it out. You can do it after you talk.
I have a question. As a business person, what I'm hearing is that there's a difference between the special tax and a general tax. And the reason why it seems like we're hearing that the better path is to go to the general tax is that it only takes a simple majority versus a 2/3 majority. If the rationale is that we want to tax to accomplish these goals, whether it's public safety or economic development, then it's the job of the city and the council to advocate for it and sell it to the public. You need to get the 2/3. I mean, the idea that you want to skate by and get just a simple majority is kind of the easy way out. It's like you're giving up your ability, or you're advocating your responsibility to sell that to the public. You're taking public funds and you want to accomplish something, so sell it to the public and tell them why you want it and get the 2/3. The idea that you're going to take a general tax and then just say we're going to advocate or we're going to give some advisory that doesn't make the city have to use those funds in that manner is a cop-out in my mind. So I think you need to be a little bit more careful about the public's money, and if you really want to do it, then go after it and sell it to people and go for the 2/3. That's my opinion as a business person.
Thank you. It's right behind the pews there. They're yellow. Thank you. All right, any further hands on Zoom? Councilmember Risto, you have a question for the speaker?
Hey, I have a question for staff relating to this question, or should I wait until everyone's done speaking?
I think it's appropriate to ask it now. I thought of asking it, but we normally don't
Okay.
answer questions, but maybe it would be helpful in this setting.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been discussed, but I would like staff to clarify what are the limitations on how to advocate for a tax when it's, or any ballot measure when it's on the ballot. What can be the position of the town? What would be the limitations on council members or not? And how is any of that done with advocacy?
I can start, and then Ben Fay with the firm of Jarvis Fay can add any additional information that's required. The town is precluded from using public funds to advocate for or against a ballot measure. That said, the council members can sign on to ballot arguments for or against the ballot measure that will be published in the ballot pamphlet. And then people are free to advocate on their own time or using their own resources for ballot measures.
All right, I'm going to allow the vice mayor, before I close public comment. I think he's got a pressing question.
Well, I'm a little concerned that we've gotten off track. There's a motion and a second on the table, and we probably need to vote on that, take public comment related to that specific motion. Because I have a number of questions about tax, but it seems as though that motion should be decided at some point before we get into the details of what we're dealing with.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to go to the town attorney or the town manager because I thought the motions before were somewhat void because we took them out of order. Do they still stand that we have a motion and a second? All right, let's call that question.
Can I clarify what we're voting on?
Yeah, that would be, this is a procedural issue and that it's inappropriate to go forward because of the motion that was made at the May 5th meeting, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, my motion was to strike this item from the agenda at this time because it's a reconsideration as defined in Council Policy 2-01, Item O, that defines what is a reconsideration. And the town attorney opined, I believe, that a conservative approach would be to separate what's before us tonight. And I'm perfectly okay with that. But it seems as though we need to take care of the motion that's on the table.
I agree. There's a motion, and I seconded the motion. So is there any comments on the motion? Councilmember Risto.
I guess I'm not understanding the motion, because if the town attorney is saying that we can strike one thing and bifurcate, do we need this motion, or?
My recommendation, and it's a conservative one, would be that the council continue to consider the special tax tonight as it is on the agenda, and then that the general tax and advisory measure be scheduled for a future agenda if necessary.
So if this motion passes, then we can't discuss the specific tax?
As I understand the motion, and it could be amended, but as I understand it in its current form, the motion is to strike this agenda item in its entirety.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Could we vote to reconsider the second part tonight?
The reconsideration is not on the agenda, so no.
Okay, and a second question. So you're saying that this is a conservative recommendation. So at the very least, we could at least have the conversation about this and then decide motion-wise what to do moving forward?
My recommendation is that the council have a conversation about whether or not to put a special tax on the ballot and take a vote on the special tax tonight. And then if that doesn't pass, take up the general tax option at a future meeting.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Risto.
I'm willing to withdraw my motion and make a motion along the lines of what the town attorney suggested.
Okay, please go forward. I accept the withdrawal.
So, I'm sure I get this right. I move to consider the special tax tonight as written in the agenda, and to agendize the discussion of a general tax at some time in the future.
I'll second the motion. Councilmember Moore.
So I will not be supporting the motion. I think that we need to have this conversation this evening. We just heard from our business community that they are supportive of the idea of a general tax and an advisory measure. And frankly, after spending more time reviewing the data associated with this item, I think it is evident that a special tax will not pass. And so I am not inclined to support a special tax. I think that is irresponsible to move something forward that we don't think has the capacity to pass. I haven't seen a single number on this that indicates that we can reach 67%, which is what we need. And so I would really like to have the conversation about the general tax measure this evening. The general tax measure is in the subject of the agenda item, and so I'm comfortable having the conversation. And if we want to agendize voting on that at a special meeting, if we get there, I think that's fine. But I would like to have the conversation about this evening, so I will not be supporting the motion.
Yeah, I would just like to remind the council that at that meeting, it was a 4-0. I'm going to say Councilmember Udis abstained or voted no. So 4 council members did vote for a specific tax. So, okay, I understand you're wanting not to support it, and that's fine. So I will call the question, see no other comments. All right, let's call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Rainey, I didn't?
I'll vote aye. I don't know.
Okay, all right. So it passes 4-1.
No, I didn't vote on it.
You didn't vote at all?
No, you didn't. I vote no.
Correct. So 4 of us voted yes, and you're the no vote.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving forward, then, we're still on public comment. I haven't closed it. Would any member of the public like to speak to us tonight? No hands on Zoom. I'm closing public comment, and let's go back and continue our conversation tonight on the specific tax. Would anybody like to get started? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. You know, part of what I wanted tonight and what I've been trying to do the last couple of weeks is learn more. The reason I voted to continue this for another meeting was to get more information. I don't know where our community is. I'm starting to hear. I don't know where all of my fellow council members are. I do know that if we look ahead, if we're planning ahead for Los Gatos, that in the next 5 years, we really do have some serious budget headwinds. And we know that our costs are going up faster than our source of revenue. This is true for pretty much every municipality in California and for our county. And we had a discussion about how do we try to cure that. And, you know, a couple of things I'm looking at is, one, we talked about a potential sales tax, and in my mind, I actually felt like maybe 2026 is a better time to do it, because right now, if you ask residents if they're happy with Los Gatos and if they like the services they're getting, they largely are. And I don't think there's a feeling of how close we are to potentially not being able to provide those services. The other thing is we have other priorities that we would like to fund that we don't have the excess funding for. That would be increasing police operations, working on traffic flow improvements, specifically the Highway 17, Highway 9 interchange, which is slated to be done by VTA and Caltrans in the next 5 years, and for which we're going to have a copay into that. Part of that interchange will be adding a third auxiliary lane, continuing that auxiliary lane from Lark to Highway 9, which we know will help reduce congestion, will help reduce people jumping off at Lark when they see brake lights and getting into town. So we know that can make a difference, and we also know that we have an expensive copay on that. And then finally, for our wildfire risk reduction, you know, I talked to Rob Stump, and he's one of our champions for wildfire preparation. And one of the things he would like to see is fuel reduction, to see weed abatement. And that is basically 31 miles of road that needs weed abatement. And his recommendation or his request is twice a year. And at $10,000 a mile, that's $620,000 a year just for weed abatement. So we're looking at some things that we want to do above and beyond what we're doing now that we don't have the finances for. And so I feel like a sales tax is compelling. One of the most important questions I had was, how do our businesses view it? And so I did go to the Chamber of Commerce board meeting, and I know other people have been reaching out to merchants. And the Chamber of Commerce came back saying that, you know, because what was critical to me is if businesses came back and said 12 cents on every $100 is going to crush us, it's going to hurt me, people will shop somewhere else, then there's no way I could support it. There's no way I can support a sales tax that will hurt our businesses. But given that our sales tax rate is lower than Campbell's, lower than San Jose's, we have a lower sales tax, and that if the county floats a revenue measure and everybody goes up by 1/8, if we don't have a sales tax measure on the ballot, we will lose that opportunity permanently. If we do have it and it goes up with the county, we'll still be lower than our surrounding municipalities. So I felt like there were some options here where we might have that support. I'm trying to look at what we need now and what we're going to need. And $1 million a year additional will go a long way toward these very important priorities that our community has identified. On the other hand, an extra $1 million a year is not going to cure everything in 5 years. But if we have to either cut services or find reductions or find some other way to get money, it's a smaller step up, and we've been able to accomplish what our residents expect for the next few years. I know that the polling data doesn't really support 2/3 passage. I know from looking at the high school parcel tax, that passed by less than 1%. And typically parcel taxes do pretty well for education. And I'm just concerned that with a very heavy lift all it takes is just a whiff of anybody saying this isn't the right thing, any kind of opposition or apathy, that this tax can't pass with 2/3. The reality is when people don't understand a ballot measure, they vote no. So if somebody says, I don't really know what this tax is about, I'm going to vote no, it's not going to pass. So I don't really want to put something on the ballot that we feel like we have the data that does not support passage at 2/3. So if that's our option, I can't support this. I also know that our residents, I'm feeling it. There's inflation. Utilities are going up. People are feeling some pain. So there's going to be negativity toward taxes. And I don't know if it'll pass at a 50% level, but I think that it's incredibly unlikely and not necessarily worth the effort at this point to put it on the ballot this year if the only way to do it is to get 2/3.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore, followed by Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff or NBS if they're online. So in the staff report, NBS specifically says that the specific tax requires a 2/3 majority to pass, which is unlikely. Looking at the data, I didn't see anything that indicated, even on the most popular items, anything over 67%. Do you have a sense of, do we have anything that points us towards getting to 67%, or is the opinion of staff that 67% will not pass?
And I'll allow Rochelle from NBS to add on, but what I will say is that no, nothing in the polling indicates that a 67% would happen. Nothing in our past measures would indicate a 67% would happen. But Rochelle, if you'd like to add anything.
That's exactly right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly right. And in fact, understanding this is for a discussion at a later time, that is not uncommon across cities in California, which is why many of them have gone the way of a general tax with an advisory measure.
Vice Mayor?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I completely support the comments made by Councilmember Risto. I read what the ballot measure does, the specific tax ballot measure, and it talks about provide dedicated funding for Los Gatos that cannot be taken by the state or county for maintaining and enhancing police and emergency services, rapid 9/11 response times, wildfire storm hazard prevention and protection, and infrastructure to improve traffic flow and congestion. And those are all specified in this measure. And so they're all, I think, things that the community would like to see. However, it also says the measure requires a 2/3 majority of the qualified voters voting on the proposed ordinance to pass. And so this is essentially the conversation that we had on May 21st. And at that time, I voted no because I thought it would not pass, and I thought it would be a waste of money and time to move it forward as a specific tax. And so I appreciate that other council members are reconsidering their vote on that. It was a 4-1 vote, and it does seem as though that is a compelling reason not to move this forward, because essentially it would be a futile effort. So I will not be supporting the proposal to move forward a specific tax, even though the goals are admirable.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, hearing from staff that nothing in the polling or past measures indicates that 2/3 is possible, I also cannot support this. That's why I think we need to go for a general tax with the advisory measure. I think that makes a lot of sense. And hearing directly from the Chamber of Commerce that they would like the business tax with an advisory measure, I think is very telling about what our businesses would like to see out of this council. They just shared with us minutes ago that they are willing to have the slight bump in sales tax in order to ease their traffic congestion, to better our wildfire and emergency preparedness, and have better staffing for our police department. And so I would really, I guess I'd like to know from the council if we brought this to a special meeting, if we would have 4 votes or not. Because I don't think it's worth it if we don't. But I think we're hearing loud and clear from our community that they want these things. And we know, being the financial stewards of this town, that if we do not support this, these services that we all know and love, that we have, excellent response times from our police department. I hear so many excellent comments about our police department all the time. Those things are in jeopardy if we do not sustain them at their current level. And so I really think we have to look at this general tax, and I'd like to consider that, at a future date. But if we don't have 4 votes for it, I don't think that's worth it.
Councilmember Isdell.
Thank you. And when I voted for this last time to move forward with this specific tax, I did it primarily with the idea that I just wanted to have more conversation, that I wanted to have more conversations in the community. I wanted to talk to our wildfire safety advocates. I wanted to talk to the chamber and the businesses. Having done that, and then getting additional information from our consultant and from our staff that there's another route, that there can be a general tax where the will of the majority can be met with an advisory measure that, yes, that's not legally binding, but if the advisory measure states 100% of the money in this sales tax will only be spent in the following areas. That's not legally binding, but I would say that any council, because if this is a 20-year tax, future councils will be here, any council would be crazy to cross that. The community would be after them. And then we would have an advisory board of residents, and I would advocate that advisory board have somebody from the police foundation and somebody maybe from the chamber and somebody who is involved in our wildfire ad hoc, but to have community stakeholders who represent those areas that we basically promised that we would allocate this money for. And knowing that mechanism is there, and we did not have a chance to discuss that or understand it robustly at the last meeting, it looks to me, only if there's 4 of us that agree with it, there is a pathway to capturing that 1/8 cent sales tax, keeping it completely in Los Gatos, and spending it exactly the way we would if we had the specific tax. So I am not in favor of the specific tax because I don't think it'll pass. Hearing more, the chamber saying they'll support it, but they think it should be a general tax. But I am very much in favor of continuing this conversation if there are at least 2 other council members besides Council Member Moore and Council Member Me who wants to do this. Otherwise, we'll be having this conversation in 2026, and it may not be for a sales tax because that may not be available to us.
All right, so I'm going to add a comment and a question. So I really like the idea of a specific tax because I think voters need to know how their money's being spent. And thank you to one of the speakers for probably sharing some of my concerns. We owe it to our residents. But at our last meeting, we brought up the 3 categories, and Councilmember Rennie, we couldn't really pinpoint it. We just said something about, and then another was something about, and then we had a third one. But one of the something abouts was traffic flow. So now I see the wording here, and I think it was wordsmithed by the consultant, I don't know. But what does infrastructure in improving traffic flow and reduce congestion mean? Does that mean more bike lanes and more bollards, getting people out of their cars? Because that can have a different reaction to some of our voters. Can somebody answer that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I don't know, Katie, if you were planning to jump in.
Yeah, I was just trying to coordinate to check in who was jumping in exactly, so we didn't all speak at once. So thank you for the question. It doesn't necessarily mean that. I think that it was to improve traffic flow that could be directed as council desires of what you would like that to look like. But the primary point was to reduce congestion, which is reflected.
But I think reducing congestion, we almost have to have some solutions so that we know. I mean, it's kind of going into an unknown territory that I'm really not comfortable with. I like the goal, but I think we need to know what are the solutions to get there that might appeal to the voters.
Right. And so one specific project that we could consider, and you could adjust language as needed, but the Highway 9 interchange project would be probably our primary project in this direction.
That might be more palatable, and to some of our council members' credit, they're avid bike riders, and but this council sometimes disagrees as to how far we go one way or another. But I have heard other residents in some of our previous meetings be upset about the number of green bollard, and I'm going to talk about. We all remember Shannon Road, so that's my concern on that. Any other council member like to throw out a comment? Make a motion? Councilmember Moore?
I'm sort of curious if it's appropriate, and feel free to not answer, but are there, I think what Councilmember Risto and I were asking is, are there 4 votes for this? Because I think I would be interested in making a motion to bring back the idea of a general tax and advisory measure to the town council on a special meeting to hit the August timeline. But if there's not 4 votes there, then I would not want to discuss. I wouldn't want to go for that.
Vice Mayor.
For the town attorney, how can it possibly be proper to ask for votes on an item that we haven't had a hearing on? I mean, how can we possibly be asking how people will vote on a general tax if that's not what this hearing is about?
So the agenda item is noticed as a discussion of putting a ballot measure on the ballot for a tax. And then the attachments include materials related to a special tax as well as a general tax and an advisory measure. So anything that was described on the agenda can be discussed. I do think it makes sense for the council to consider voting on the special tax before moving on to a discussion of whether or not to agendize the general tax for a future meeting.
Didn't we just vote on that? That's what we were going to do? We were only going to consider the specific tax tonight, and that we were going to consider a general tax at some time in the future?
Yes,
we voted on
and
that,
so
right?
the vote tonight will be whether or not the council wishes to put a special tax on the ballot. That will be the only vote. And then after that vote has occurred, the council can consider whether or not to consider a general tax on an agenda at a future meeting. And as part of deciding whether or not to put that on a future agenda, it's relevant as to whether or not there's support for that.
A vote on that? 4 votes? How is that even possible? I don't understand.
As I understood the council member's question, he was asking whether there was support for a general tax because he wanted to know whether it would make sense to hold a special meeting to consider the general tax.
I believe he asked whether there were 4 votes for a general tax.
So my recommendation would be that the council member ask whether there's support for considering a general tax at a future special meeting.
Should we take a vote first on the specific tax, which is the item before us on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion on the specific tax? Councilmember Risto.
I move that we do not consider putting a specific tax on the ballot in 2024.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
All right. Comments? I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-1. Passes 4-1. Councilmember Moore.
So remaining on this topic, my apologies for saying the word vote. I would like to get a sense from folks if there would be support. I don't think it makes sense to waste our time, staff's time, and the public's time to hold a special meeting during our recess if there is not going to be support generally for at least considering the item.
Councilmember Isto.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's premature to make a conclusion, but I think if there are not 4 council members who are interested in having further discussion and getting more public input and seeing what the runway is for this, if we don't have that level of support, then there's no point in having the meeting. If people have already made up their minds that a general tax is not an option, even with an advisory measure, then I don't feel like we should schedule a special meeting in July and take up a lot of time. That doesn't mean that if we had the meeting, I would vote for it anyway, but I have interest.
Councilmember Rennie?
I'm willing to consider a general tax.
Vice Mayor?
I have a number of questions about the general tax, but I haven't ruled it out, and I would be willing to consider it. But I don't think it would be proper to ask those questions tonight, since that's not on the agenda. But I have questions about the wording of what's in the agenda and whether, several questions. I think some of those I may have forwarded to staff already, but those are questions I have about that, but I don't think I can get into that tonight.
Councilmember Isto.
Is it appropriate to ask another council member a question?
Through the mayor, is it appropriate? Sure, Councilmember.
Okay, so Councilmember Hudes, I just want to ask, so you are not opposed, are you not opposed to the tax measure completely? I realize you were quite clear that you felt a 2/3 would not pass last time. Do you feel like if we had a discussion and worked on wording, there is a pathway to potentially being able to put a general tax with a strong advisory measure on the ballot? Is that a possibility for you?
I think it's a possibility. I'm really interested in how this advisory measure works, the kind of teeth that it has or doesn't have. And I also have some questions about the wording as proposed in the staff report now, and whether it would be possible to sharpen the measure a bit so that it might appeal in a better way. I am very much in favor of Los Gatos taking advantage of a tax that would be placed on our residents anyway and have it go to local purposes because we are dearly in need of a number of things here locally. And so that part of the proposition is appealing to me, but I do have questions about what's worded and the way it would work.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to continue then, because to be clear, there was language that was put out tonight that I was not going to vote for either. I feel like we do want to be very specific about exactly what types of projects. If we talk about traffic congestion, it would definitely be the 917 project. I think it needs to be tangible to our residents. They need to understand it, and it needs to be clear enough that future councils won't mush things around, or, you know, our residents will understand what it is. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, and I had the same concerns, Councilmember Vice Mayor Hudes. I think that I don't think sharpening the language would hurt us at all. I think that would help, especially. Yeah, I think that's all very good. Would it be a question for the town attorney? Would it be appropriate to provide some feedback tonight about what we'd like to, what we have questions about, and how the sort of things we're thinking about for a potential future agenda item?
Yes, because the agenda did include the option of the general tax, and so it was on the agenda and it can be discussed.
Okay, so I think we should talk through this a little bit more then, especially because we just voted down the special tax or the specific tax. So yeah, I think if folks have those thoughts, I think it would be helpful for staff to prepare for the potential special meeting.
Well, I'll throw my thought out there for me to consider that, and I will keep an open mind as a council member. But the infrastructure on traffic flow has to be very specific for me. And I also have concerns about the Special Tax Finance Committee, but that's something we can talk about later. But in preparation for maybe a potential meeting, that one's got to be specific, and it has to be specific for our voters. Thank you. Right. With that, I think we're done with the item. We don't need another motion, or do we need a?
I don't recall hearing a motion to schedule a special meeting to consider a general tax with an advisory measure.
Okay, Councilmember Isto.
Thank you. I move to continue this item, or to have a special meeting to consider a general sales tax with an accompanying advisory measure at a date to be determined in July and prior to our end of recess in August.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Moore.
Second.
All right, any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay. Our next item is item number 16, which is a public hearing on landscape and lighting assessment districts. Welcome, Meredith, I shall call you.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members. I'm Meredith Johnston, Administrative Technician with the Parks and Public Works Department. The town conducts an annual process of renewing the landscape and lighting assessment districts, which includes 6 benefit zones. The primary purpose of these districts is to provide for ongoing maintenance and care of landscaped areas that especially benefit the property owners within each zones. The item before you tonight is the final report with the required public hearing and recommended actions of adopting the 6 resolutions, which will authorize the collection of the said assessments for fiscal year 24-25. No protests or other written communications have been received on the proposed assessments, and that concludes my report tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Any questions? Seeing none, I will open public comment. I don't have any speaker cards on the item. Are there hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, go back to council for comments or a motion. Councilmember Isto.
I'll make a motion. I think I'm going to have to read a lot of items here, but I move to adopt a resolution in attachment 1 confirming the diagram and assessments and levying and authorizing collection of assessments for landscape and lighting assessment district 1, Blackwell Drive Benefit Zone. Adopt a resolution in attachment 2 confirming diagram and assessments and levying and authorizing collection of assessments and landscape and lighting assessment district number 1, Kennedy Meadows Benefit Zone. Adopt a resolution in attachment 3 confirming the diagram and assessments and levying and authorizing collection of assessments for landscape and lighting assessment district number 1, Santa Rosa Heights Benefit Zone. Adopt a resolution in attachment 4 confirming the diagram and assessments and levying and authorizing collection of assessments for landscape and lighting assessment district number 1, Vasona Heights Benefit Zone. Adopt a resolution in attachment 5 confirming the diagram and assessments and levying and authorizing collection of assessments for landscape and lighting assessment district number 1, Hillbrook Drive Benefit Zone. And adopt a resolution attachment 6 confirming the diagram and assessments and levying and authorizing collection of assessments for landscape and lighting assessment district number 2, Gemini Court Benefit Zone.
Do I have a second? I'll second. All right. Any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Item number 17, the brush abatement program public hearing. Meredith, please proceed with the staff report.
Thank you very much. As I said, I'm Meredith Johnson, Administrative Technician with the Parks and Public Works Department. The town annually adopts a hazardous vegetation abatement program, also known as the Brush Abatement Program, for parcels located within the wild urban interface, also known as WUI. Due to high fire risks, abatement requirements are taken very seriously to ensure the property owners meet their obligations. The town collaborates with the Santa Clara County Fire Prevention Division, which serves as enforcement agent and conducts inspections. Each year, property owners are reminded that they must remove flammable vegetation from the surrounding areas of their homes and other structures on their property to create a defensible space. As of today, we have 5 parcels referenced in Attachment 1 of the staff report remain non-compliant with the enforced safety regulations. The item before you tonight includes the recommended actions. Conduct a public hearing to consider objections to the proposed removal of hazardous vegetation on the non-compliant parcels and to order abatement of the public nuisance to be completed on the non-compliant parcels by town authorized contractor Santa Clara County Fire. A public hearing will be conducted in August for council to consider and authorize the final list of assessment charges, which will be submitted to the county tax assessor. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions along with Jeremy Davis, Assistant Fire Marshal, who is here with us tonight from Santa Clara County Fire.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Councilmember Rennie.
So there's 9 APNs listed in our report. You just said 5. So if we make some motion, is it going to be obvious which APNs are being affected?
Thank you for asking that question. I'll pass it over to Jeremy Davis. I was informed this evening that 4 are in compliant as of today.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me here. We started out with a list of 9, and then after some work has been done and we've conducted some more re-inspections, we did have some APNs of some parcels that did make the corrections and abate the hazards. So I'd like to proceed and give you the APNs that we would like to have removed from the list.
Please proceed.
From the report that each of you have, we'll start with item 3, APN 537-23061. Number 4, APN 537-24015. Parcel number 8, APN 537-27047. And lastly, number 9 with the APN 537-30021.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Risto.
I have a question that might be related. Does this only relate to properties in the town of Los Gatos that are private property? I mean, for example, Caltrans land, like along Highway 85 interchange, has really, really high weeds. Do we have jurisdiction over that?
At this point, this program does work with residents of private property within, or properties within the high fire danger and very high fire danger zones.
Okay, so not along the freeway interchanges?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that
You're welcome.
clarification.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know whether you have knowledge of this, but are these repeat offenders?
I do not have that information with me currently, but I can elaborate that once, if parcels have been on this recommendation list in the past, or once you're on that list, then basically you stay on that list for 3 years. And then once you've cleared and abated your hazards in 3 years, then you come off that list and then you come in a normal rotation.
Yep.
You're welcome.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I am going to open public comment. I have one speaker card. Alan Coder, please come forward.
Good evening. I have one of the property, which has the problem, What happened is that we did all the correction, but when I called last week for inspection, they told me they don't have time anymore before this meeting. So I was asked to come with a proof of correction. So I have the picture demonstrating that we have done the 5 things that we were requested to do. We clearly received the letter. We asked for an inspection. The inspector came and they asked us to correct 5 things, which we did correct. We were traveling, so we came back only last week. And it was too late, apparently, to have another inspection. So I have here the proof of correction in such a way that we are removed from the violation list. You know?
Could you clarify which property it is, and can you also tell me the date that you made the correction?
We made the correction in the past several weeks, you know.
But I need a specific date.
Oh, we did, it's not one date, because we had several things. We had some redwood trees that needed the lower limbs, so we got an arborist to do that. Then we had our gardener do other things, you know. So it was probably 4 or 5 different dates, you know, where it happened, you know.
Okay, so I still didn't get the address, and I'm still concerned about
the address is 19 Hernandez Avenue. APN is 51042035.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, it's Cleveland Avenue? Okay, so my next question for you is, I need to know the date, because when people don't take care of these properties and we have the start of the fire season, we've already started the fire season and there's several fires already going. So if you've left your property in that condition during a time where a fire could have started and really caused serious property damage and maybe lives to surrounding properties, I'm concerned about that. So I really need to know when you decided to comply.
We decided to comply as soon as we received the violation letter. So when I received the letter, I called the fire department to get an inspection. And the following week, I got a letter with a violation and what needed to be corrected. I gave the letter to my gardener, and he started to do it right away. So the date of the letter is 4/9/2024.
Okay, so you got the letter on April 9th of 2024.
Yes.
And then when did you resolve the issue?
Yeah.
When did you resolve the issue after getting?
In the following 2 or 3 weeks. You know.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to clarify the address slowly, because I'm not sure that it's one of the 4 that's listed. Could you?
19 Hernandez Avenue, and have the parcel number as well.
So if I could ask staff, is 19 Hernandez Avenue one of the 4 that is remaining?
I don't see it in our staff report. It's not.
Okay, so I called the fire department several times, so maybe they remove it as a result of that then.
Apparently that's the case.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for inviting me to this meeting, because I learned a lot of things, so that's good.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming forward. All right, our next speaker is Stanford Stickney. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Stanford Stickney. I just want to first of all thank you for all the effort you guys do on a daily basis to make this town possible and run. I'd also like to acknowledge our police department and our fire department, and that working together as a community, we're strong when we're unified. And if everyone does their part and works on their specific property, we can be stronger and protect ourselves. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, no speaker cards coming forward. I'm going to close public comment and look to my council members for comments on a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll make a motion to order abatement on items in attachment 1 that are item number 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7.
All right, I'll second it. Any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, we're moving on to item number 18, which is to adopt a resolution on an area designated as El Gato Lane. Welcome, Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Before you this evening is a protest proceeding for a proposed annexation on El Gato Lane, as referenced in the staff report. Staff recommends that you open the public hearing, see if there are any protests, and if not, move forward with adoption of the resolution in the staff report. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Moore.
Just a quick question. Are the other properties adjacent to this property, have they been incorporated into the town yet?
Not all of them have, no.
Okay. So it's kind of every other on this block?
It's a hodgepodge in that particular island.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. I have no speaker cards. Is there anybody waiting on Zoom with a hand up?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to close public comment, go back to my council members for comments or a motion. I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to adopt a resolution in attachment 1, making determinations and approving the reorganization of an uninhabited area designated as El Gato Lane, number 06, approximately 0.563 acres, located at 15575 El Gato Lane, APN number 523-22007. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Rennie. Any comments? See none, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. Item number 19, the story pole. Actually, it's not necessarily a story pole. We'll get some clarification on this. This is 110 Wood Road with an exception. So,
Mayor?
Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I need to recuse myself from this item because it's within 1,000 feet of my property.
Thank you. We'll call you back. Welcome, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. On April 16th, the council adopted a revised height pole flagging, netting, and signage policy modifying the requirements for notification for development projects in the town. One of the modifications of the policy provides that an exemption to the requirements to install story poles for projects with buildings exceeding a height of 55 feet. In lieu of story poles and flagging in that circumstance, the exemption requires applicants to provide visual renderings of the development prepared by the town's consultant, demonstrating massing and visual impacts. The pending application for a new senior living community at 110 Wood Road includes buildings ranging in height from 59 to 93.5 feet. Therefore, the project qualifies for the exemption under the revised policy and is not required to install story poles and netting. The applicant has requested an exception from the updated policy to allow preparation of visual renderings by their consultant rather than the town's consultant. The applicant indicates that their consultant began preparing the renderings several months prior to the council's adoption of the revised policy in preparation for their next submittal to the town. The applicant is also concerned that adhering to the policy could place undue financial hardship and delay on them by having to repeat the work to prepare visual renderings by the town's consultant. Based on the discussion provided in your staff report this evening, staff recommends approval of the requested exception to the policy. An addendum was distributed with public comments received after the distribution of your staff report, and this concludes my presentation, and staff's available for any questions.
So thank you. I just need to emphasize, because we've had public comment and desk items and emails that people don't want us to make an exception to the story poles and netting, but that is not our purview tonight. This is strictly the visual renderings as either accepted by the developer's consultant or waiting for the town to hire a consultant and have it done by a different consultant. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what's before you this evening.
Thank you for the clarification. All right. Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Rennie?
So my question is, we created a list of requirements, and some of them were sort of more judgment call requirements on the video renderings. So if another not our consultant is doing the work, is somebody on staff going to check to make sure that we're following the spirit and the rules that we've created for this?
I would respond saying that currently, as recognized in your staff report, the town does not have a consultant on board, and an RFP has been sent out requesting interest in fulfilling that role. There's nobody on staff with that type of expertise to evaluate the video renderings provided by the applicant, and the council, I believe the applicant has brought the video renderings tonight to look at. The council could look at them and decide if they agree with the adhere to the policy.
Vice Mayor?
So I had a question about the finances of this, and it was a question that was raised by Ms. Claire Southern in an email that came in, and she asked about, let's see, why would we consider taking on an additional expense? And is the town in fact taking on an additional expense, either by using its own consultant or by using the developer's consultant?
Thank you for that question. To clarify, the development of the visual renderings by the town's consultant, that cost is borne by the applicant. So the town would not be taking on an additional expense.
So either way, there's no cost to the town?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Is staff familiar with the developer's consultant? Are they somebody that has worked on things like this in the community, or just don't know?
Thank you for that question. I'm not personally familiar. I'm not sure if anyone, if the director or the manager are familiar with this firm.
Thank you for that question. No, we haven't had a lot of visual video renderings produced within the town, and so we are still in the process of gathering responses to the RFP in terms of having somebody on board on behalf of the town in the future.
Got it. Okay. And then as a follow-up, in your opinion, reviewing what the developer provided, did they seem to be reputable in your professional opinion? What we were seeing?
I can start, and then perhaps the planning manager can jump in. In looking at the video that I believe they've provided tonight for their presentation, opinion-wise, it seems to take in a lot of data, but I don't know if I couldn't weigh in on the accuracy of the presentation.
Further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. Mr. Rockwood?
Play it at like 1.5 times because it'll actually comprehensible. To play it at 1.5. Two members of the project team, one of the executive with Greetings, everybody. I'll be brief in my introduction. Frank Rockwood, Rockwood Pacific. Very honored to support Front Porch in the redevelopment of Los Gatos Meadows. Just to be clear, Front Porch is the nonprofit, owns this property, operates this property. They are the developer. They are looking to rebuild it with the intent to continue to operate it. I have Chris Echian available via Zoom. was the executive director of Los Gatos Meadows and is now a senior part of his executive team at Front Porch. I want to jump right into this video that we spent some time on. Jonathan's available to answer questions. Just to let you know, we did our own, effectively, RFP in December. We vetted about a half a dozen candidates, and we picked them because we thought they had the best credentials for what we're dealing with here.
Okay, so our process begins with importing a Revit model that the architects prepare, and this model is built to scale. And in addition to the Revit model, we bring in what is referred to as a surface from the civil engineer, which is made using contours, showing what the final grade will be for the site itself that is surrounding the buildings and how it marries up to the surrounding existing grade. From there, what we've done is we've also imported several 3D models showing the surrounding context. So one of them is a source from Google, and this source is really excellent because it shows, through using LiDAR imagery, the height of the trees that are surrounding the site. This geometry is all to scale, and it shows not only the topography and basic building geometry, but also where the existing trees are. From there, we then take the landscape design and place onto the site the remaining of the existing trees from the tree survey, as well as the landscape plan. Bringing these things all together gives us a very accurate depiction of how this development will integrate into the existing landscape. Next, we take the Revit model and the civil information and the landscape plan, and we insert it into a larger context model, which is derived from open source data and showing how the local context fits into the larger context. And you'll see that we have the topography of the surrounding hillsides, and you see the placement of the footprints of various buildings that are in Los Gatos. We then take information on where major tree locations are placed in the area and add them into the 3D model. This again comes from open source data, and we cross-reference it with the LiDAR information that comes from the Google Earth imagery. In addition to the information for the trees, we also have the various buildings are located in Los Gatos. We can then take photographs from different vantage points looking at the property, then match up the 3D building geometry and the terrain geometry so that we can be assured that what the camera is looking at matches up with the 3D model. We have references for where the facades are. We have references for where the terrain is. And we have references from the 3D model for where additional buildings up on the hillside are located. And so you can see here that we have the facades from the left side of the street lined up with the facades from the right side of the street matching up on 4 points. The building on the hill is lined up on these 2 points, and the ridgeline follows the terrain both in the photographs and in the 3D model. And when all of these points line up, we can be assured that when we then show both where the new civil engineering, landscape and topography work will be done, along with where the building will sit, where the trees from the landscape plan are. And if we cross-reference that with the Google LiDAR imagery, we have a pretty comprehensive cross-referenced idea of what parts of the building will be visible from this location.
I'm available to answer questions as well as Jonathan Arnold.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Boy, I wish I could talk at 1.5 speed. Since we're considering whether to accept this instead of the town's architect or the town's model, when would this model be available to the public? And would it? I don't see it on the town's website currently. I think you would have to accept it first, right? But when do you think this might be available?
So this is actually a segment of what's posted on our project website. So there's a longer video that kind of talks about the visualization process and goes into details of how time iterated since our original proposal back in 2018. So it is, what you saw there is actually on our project website. We're available, our consultants can make kind of more details available, show what's kind of behind, underlying data sets, et cetera. Ask a lot of answer what if questions, et cetera. But he built this model.
Okay. All right, any further questions? Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So actually, my question is about question for you, but slightly adjacent. So I think that the visual renderings look good. I think that's it will be a good reference for us to use. While you're here, I wanted to know if y'all have given any more thought on the project to affordability and a possible land exchange. You don't have to answer that this evening, but just wanted to. Mostly, I guess, wanted to let you know that's something I'm still thinking about. So, for what that's worth.
Great. We will be prepared to address that in our future hearings.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Madam Mayor, it looks like a member of the applicant team has their hand raised. Jonathan Arnold, did you want to have Mr. Arnold contribute?
That would be great if we had some time.
We do.
We're out of time, but if you...
No, we have 58 seconds left, right? Okay, go for it.
Council, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Jonathan Arnold. I'm the founder of Arnold Imaging. My background is in architecture. I hold a 5-year degree from Cornell, and I have been doing this for 25 years. Just wanted to let you all know that when we get engaged from a developer to do these visualizations, our reputation is on the line. We have a very long track record of being accurate, and I hope that the data and the video depicted the seriousness and the tenacity that we approach these engagements. Our industry and our reputation is based on trust, and we've built that over the last 25 years. Some of our largest clients include the Museum of Natural History in New York City, along with many, many nonprofit senior housing developers, and delighted to answer any questions you might have about our work.
Thank you. I see no hands raised for questions, so thank you for the exhibit and the renderings. Thank you. All right, do we have any hands raised on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Have no one coming forward other than Stanford Stickney. Come forward.
Hi, my name is Stanford Stickney. I remember attending meetings back in 2018, and it seems exciting. And one concern that I have is the visual renderings. If we're walking on Main Street, I couldn't tell what the buildings looked like. We're going to have to look at this for the rest of our lives and future generations. And perhaps if the town did the rendering, there might be a more accurate visual description of what the buildings would look like. What I saw, and I know it was on 1.5 or 2 speed, was some red kind of dots showing a general area, but a red dot's very different than what the distinct building will look like that every town resident will have to look at. Food for thought. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to close public comment and go back to my council members for comments or motion. Vice Mayor?
My question is, when would residents be notified of the availability of these renderings? And where would those only be on the applicant's website, or would they make it onto the town website at some point?
Thank you for that question. To your second question, the renderings would likely, my guess is to live on the applicant's website, but would be provided a link through the town's website on the pending planning projects page. It just depends on the file size and how the nature of the actual file type that's provided by the applicant, but we'll address that when it's provided. To your first question, notification of the availability of the renderings is not something that's required by the policy, but notification of the project going to a public hearing, which the next step would be back to the Planning Commission, would be sent when the application is deemed complete and ready for processing. It's currently still in the staff technical review process, and we're working through a number of deficiencies.
How far in advance of the Planning Commission hearing would the public be notified?
The notification cards go out, I believe, at least 10 days prior. And then all the other legal ads and postings throughout the town. And then we also utilize social media as an outlet, as we did for this meeting tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a very reasonable request. I think the renderings look high quality, and I look forward to seeing the application when it comes back to the town.
I'll just make the comment that I'm not sure if we had additional renderings from a different consultant, if we would see anything different. To me, visual renderings are what they are. They're really not a replacement for story poles and netting that really tell the story. So whereas Stanford said, oh, I just maybe kind of see a red dot there, well, that's what we get next time around with another consultant. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So now tonight, we need to make a decision if the intent of the policy has been met and if we can accept these renderings without further delays for a town consultant that we have yet to hire to provide backup renderings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So, Vice Mayor.
I don't know if there's other comments, but I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please go ahead.
I move to grant an exception to the height, pole, flagging, netting, and signage policy to allow preparation of visual renderings by the applicant rather than the town's consultant for the property zoned RPD located at 110 Wood Road.
Councilmember Moore?
Second.
All right, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Passes unanimously without Councilmember Risto. So if we could bring back Councilmember Risto? Okay. Welcome back. All right, we're ready for item number 20. This is to receive a presentation from the Los Gatos Rotary. Ms. Burnham, welcome. We're looking forward to the report.
Good evening, Council. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. Joining me tonight is Mike Norcia from Los Gatos Rotary and Brian Glick from HMH, who will do the bulk of the presentation. Rotary did approach the town some number of months ago, interested in making what potentially could be a significant donation into the park system. So we've been talking with them for a number of months, and so wanted to come tonight to get to share the project with council and get some feedback. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Norcia.
Great, thank you. Good evening. I'm with the Los Gatos Rotary Club and also chair of our Centennial Committee. So to give you some background in honor of our 100 years, we actually wanted to do a international and a local project, kind of in keeping with our kind of normal theory and the way we do things. And instead of just doing, hey, let's do a local project, let's go out to the town, let's partner with them, let's find something they want to do, see if it, is in sync with what our mission and our objective would be. And Ms. Burnham and her team actually had a great suggestion to revamp some of the down areas in Live Oak Park, and it really fit with what we wanted to do with our financial resources and our manpower. So we're very excited about the project. And I want to turn it over to Brian with our landscape architect partner. He can give you some details on what we're looking to do. But as a club, we're behind this in terms of our money and our resources, and we hope we can make this happen. So, Brian?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Glick. I'm with HMH Landscape Architecture. We're also a civil engineering and a survey firm. And when we were contacted by Rotary to look at the Live Oak Park, we specifically walked it and saw an area that was, at the time, a depressed mud pit with a couple of dead trees, and sort of my landscape architect ears perked, and I said, we want to help. And so we have a short presentation. Usually landscape related projects like this make folks smile. We like to talk about trees and pollinators, but I'd love to hear your opinion on our design and hopefully get your support this evening so we can move forward producing the construction drawings to see if we can get this thing built as soon as possible. Can I do the next slide, please? This is our table of contents. There we go. So the red circle on this graphic represents the area we are focused in. Can I approach the board?
I think that's is that appropriate? Can you take the
You'll
microphone?
need to take the mic, yes.
All right, like a pro. All right, so there are existing power lines, which I believe an earlier speaker discussed. So we are focused on a renovation project of this area outside of the high voltage wires and the sway easement, and then connecting it to the existing park system and sort of integrating our proposed design into what's there. This large tree and canopy is not there. It's a little misleading, but several calls to Google Earth. I'm not important enough. I'll just hold it. Next one, please. This is the Live Oak Park and the surrounding community. So single-family homes back up against this site that we're hoping to renovate. Next slide, please. And these are some existing images. To the east of our project site is a half-court basketball. To the west is a play space. So this is sort of nestled between the two in what was originally designed, next slide please, as a open field. So these are images of dead grass, which is what we'd like to replace. Next slide please. And this is an original drawing from the civil engineering design. And what I want to point out here is what we'd like to do is maintain the open, flexible lawn for the community and use the contours that were there already to enhance, or we thought was a good starting point for our design. So we took that into consideration with the design you're going to see. I think it's the next slide. I keep teasing you. It's the next slide. There we go. All right. Whoops. Go back one, please. Thank you. All right. So what we thought we would do is place a walk that would connect to the existing asphalt walk, a concrete path, a loop that goes all the way around adjacent to the basketball court on this side, and there is an existing tree in this corner. And we have 21 trees, 3 species. One is evergreen, 2 are deciduous. California, 2 are oaks, and then a California buckeye. We think these are appropriate plants. This is called Live Oak Park, so putting oaks in here made a lot of sense to us. What you will see in future renderings is a view of this central area, which there's a spoke off the wheel, a walk, to a central loop, and a featured tree in the center. We think that's sort of special, and in a future rendering, we're going to show you what we're doing in there. The next slide, please. So this is our plant palette on the right. You can see native plants for understory, and then on the left column, the trees with a spelling error. I think we do the same extra credit if you can figure out which one it is. It's a Latin name. And then on the left, you can see the pathways and a small monument for Rotary, as well as a quiet seating area. Next slide, please. And this is a view across the lawn from the existing pathway and the new grove of trees with understory planting. And what you're seeing here are the hints of benches and a monument. One more slide, thank you. This may be my last one. And this is the close-up. What we want to make sure that we emphasize here is that our goal is to have several benches, and the specific monument, this is a concept, this is a placeholder. We would like to work with the town and figure out how to get a plaque that celebrates Rotary and their centennial and this space. And this isn't a self-serving thing. This is important from a donation and to honor all the folks who want to give back to the community. I'm not sure I have any more slides. Was that the last one? Excellent. So I'll make a motion for approval. Actually, let me just turn it over to you. Any questions?
You should come sit up here.
No way. I respect the heck out of you, but no thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think this is just great. I'm so appreciative of Rotary for bringing this forward. I think this is, very representative of the Rotary we have in Los Gatos. You all are always doing great things and always serving the community. So just super, super appreciative. I'm, sort of particularly interested in this because I live like a 4-minute walk from here. I go to this park at least once a week. I play basketball at that basketball court at least once a week. And so I do have some thoughts, but I just want to first say thank you. I have gotten, because I live in the area, I get emails once a week, if not more frequently, about the foxtails on all the dead grass and how those are hurting dogs and the downed trees and all that. So super appreciative of you all investing in this space. I'll maybe provide my comments after we open public comment, but super appreciative of you all for bringing this forward.
Vice Mayor.
So I think this is a fantastic idea. A new park is a fantastic addition. A few years ago, we had trouble with some of the green in our parks, and the town actually put up signs that said brown is the new green and stop watering. How does this compare to some of the other parks that we have lawns, and do we think that this one could be in the same situation of brown is the new green?
I can take that question. The area where the project is proposed, staff did intentionally stop watering that area in response to the drought. And so it is one of those brown is the new green areas. We had been having conversations last summer about what to do with that space and whether we would start watering and try to restore the grass when this opportunity came along. So that would be the plan B if this doesn't move forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bristow.
Thank you. I appreciate this vision. I actually coached soccer in that little pocket park a million years ago. I do have a question either for the designers or Rotary or Nicole, and that is, given drought comes and goes, does this look like a plan that, given proper establishment, would withstand repeated droughts in the future? Because what I'm looking at is, this is a gift from Rotary at 100 years, and I would like to think that this is going to change the landscape, improve it, and be there for 100 years. And I would like to think that future droughts have been taken into account. But do we know what it takes to establish this and how drought resistant it would be at some future point?
I will let HMH answer that.
Great question. The 3 trees will need to be established, and the species can be, the irrigation that will be isolated to those trees can be turned off in 3 to 5 years. Those are just very low water use trees. The ground cover and shrubs, all small, low growing, all have very low or very low water use requirements. We'll have drip irrigation, which I believe everything out there is spray, and then we would be modifying the turf pulling it in and putting a concrete header for a mow band, and we would isolate the ground cover and shrubs on a valve, the turf on a valve, and the tree on a valve, or the cluster of trees. That gives you the opportunity later, should we be in another future drought, to make the decisions you all have to make to save water. The trees should be established and just fine. Again, you go on from green grass to brown grass, and I support it in times of need. So I think what we're proposing is in line with the water ordinances that the state has also mandated, specifically 1572 about non-functioning turf. And I think from a community standpoint, projects that have lawn like this and provide little league or soccer play areas is what we turn to when we ask new projects and existing projects to convert their non-functioning turf. It's a little easier on the new ones that come before you, but the old ones still have a mandate, and that rollout is coming straight through 2031. So some of those requirements, we could point to projects like this and say, you can give up your front lawn because we're doing this.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So while I have you, I'll provide some comments and maybe some questions. So, well, I'm wondering if they have to head down after we do public comments, so I do have some questions. So, despite the dead grass, which is parts of the park is very, very dead, the whole lawn is used right now, and so I think this is an absolutely, it makes sense what you're doing, but I think being cognizant of the fact that the lawn is currently used by the folks in the neighborhood, especially, I think there's a number of uses, but I see a big use is for dogs. And so I saw on the rendering having the left portion of the meandering path that you designed. One thought I had was to kick that a little bit further left to preserve as much of the sort of large lawn space as possible. It's unfortunate the town of Los Gatos doesn't have any dog parks, and so while it's not always, I would say most people in the park usually have their dogs on leashes, but some people take their dogs off leash, and I think that's an unfortunate consequence of not having a dog park. I really, really, really want Los Gatos to have a dog park. I think even other portions of this park in the future could be used as a dog park. I don't have a dog, so I'm not don't have a bone in the fight, but I think it's important anyway. Just because of that, I think it would make sense to move the left portion of that path further left, and I think it would align maybe better with the existing path that connects to the play structure. So that's just one thought I had there. The other one was, and it looks like you're largely doing this, but just minimizing the hardscape for the same reasons. And so I don't necessarily have issue with a concrete path. I think different maybe materials could be explored. I think concrete makes sense. It's strong, right? It lasts for a long time. I love the natives. I love all the trees. I think that's going to be a wonderful space that you all are putting together. But general comment of, minimizing hardscape, maximizing the existing lawn space, because I think that is used by a lot of folks in the neighborhood, today.
So I think at this point, we're still asking questions. So does any other council member have a question before I move to public comment? Do I take public?
So just, Rotary is kind of looking at this as a long-term project as well. So we're not looking at, hey, here's our project for 100 years. So this is something we look at kind of maybe there's some additions or changes or modifications. We're hoping we kind of adopt this as a club ongoing. So if there are any changes that need to be made, I think there's definitely ownership of our club, in conjunction with the city. So I want to make sure that's clear. They understand where we're coming from. So.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? I see a speaker card coming forward, so I'm opening public comment.
So I'm super excited because that's my backyard. I look right over the basketball court. I would just love to just have you just meet with the neighbors. We have a great neighborhood, super supportive, young kids. And just kind of talk with us about it. We're having a block party. I'm going to give you my contact information. I hope that I hope that the town supports this. Yes, a lot of people let their dogs off leash. I am very fine with it. Instead of making an official dog park, which we tried to do years ago and everyone fought it, this way it works. I just love how you're incorporating everything. So a little history. Under the power lines is owned by PG&E. I hope you know that part. And then the triangle is owned by the town. Do you all know that part? Okay. So I would love if Rotary had a little extra. Years ago, PG&E and we did adopt a park, and it never came to attrition. And PG&E tore out all the trees along our back fences, which took all of our privacy out. So if you had a little extra and you wanted to plant some and help do that part, like along the pathway by the basketball court. Oh, no, not the redwood trees, over on this side. So I'm just going to throw that in there too to help beautify our park, because they tore out tons of shrubs, tons of trees, and they were working with the town, and then they never worked together to make it all come together. So I super support this, and I'm super excited. I just think it's going to be fabulous. And one little concern I have, because I know maintenance all over this town right now, weeds everywhere, gutters, everything is really tough, but maybe the Rotary could do a biannual cleanup and maybe include it to the neighbors. Like, okay, we're all going to be over there, because it does take a lot to do the trimming, the weeding, the clearing out. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, and I really hope that you'll work with us. And I know I've been asked to join Rotary many times, but when I retire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bristow has got a question
quick question
for
for our
you.
speaker. Thanks, Amy. Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to weigh in, because I knew this is like right behind your house. So when you were talking about the trees that were torn out under the power lines, was it PG&E that tore them out?
It was actually an effort years ago. It's so funny. I just found my file called Adopt a Park. There was meetings and everything, and we were all going to adopt different parks around our neighborhood. Our neighborhood actually raised their own money. We planted those fruitless cherry that face that wonderful Ace Hardware we all love, and we planted all that rosemary. We got that sign put in with all the monies that we raised with our neighbors. So it was a joint effort with PG&E and our town when they tore it out, and then nothing ever got replanted, unfortunately.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing that up. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any speakers on Zoom with hands raised?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to go ahead and just make a comment. So you may have heard earlier this evening that we offered a proclamation that this is Parks and Open Space Month for July of 2024. So it's so apropos that you are here tonight with this donation. So it's an excellent proposal, and thank you for your presentation tonight. All right, Councilmember Bristow.
A couple things. First of all, I have to make a disclosure. It shouldn't affect my vote, but I'll check with our attorney. Brian Glick actually designed my front yard. I didn't even know he was going to be an applicant tonight. So is that anything that will prevent me from voting?
Only if it would color your decision. And usually the conflict of interest rules talk about whether or not the proposed project would enhance your own property value. And so since Oak Park is removed from your residence, it's my opinion that it would not affect your property value, and you can participate.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to thank Rotary for continuing to work through this, because when I was mayor last year, our representative came, met with us to talk about, we want to do something, what do you want? And it was kind of a broad spectrum. And I think between Rotary having a vision for a gift to the town, and then particularly I want to thank Nicole, because, when it came down to, this could be something in a park, I know that you identified certain areas, and we're really excited about a project like this. And I feel like, so there may be future collaboration with the residents, but I feel like the collaboration that came forward, it wasn't that Rotary came up and just said, this is what we want to do and this is what we're giving you, town. It was more of very general, we want to do something amazing and beautiful that makes sense in this range, and without our staff and without your openness and generosity, I don't think we would have gotten here. So thank you. I'm really supportive of this.
Okay, any further comments? Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, thank you. Just one more, in addition to what I already shared, I think I love the design around the proposed monument and the I forget what you called it, but like the marquee tree, the big tree in the middle. I think that's awesome. One thought I had looking at that was, potentially adding a few more benches along the meandering path, not just in the circle, because a lot of those benches are, there's I think maybe 5 or 6 benches in the park right now, and in the evening times when it's being utilized, most of those benches are full. And so I think, beautifying the space, you're going to increase the demand. And so thinking about just all the ways that you can bring more people into the space and sort of utilize it. And as you're aware, walking it, it's especially for some older folks in our community, there are people that do a walk and kind of stop at a bench or two along the way because it is kind of a long park. So I think as much seating as you can provide will be a benefit. But again, yeah, just super enthusiastic. I love the homage to the oak trees and all of that. So I think it's really great.
Say one thing of that. So we're actually looking at that as a sponsorship thing. We're going to have our members sponsor benches and different things to add onto the park. So that's an idea we have as well. It might be some now, maybe in future years, but that's one thing we thought about as well.
Love it.
Thank you. We closed council comment, but I let you slide that in. I'm sorry, public comment. It's council that's commenting. Okay, do we have further comments from council members? I think we need a motion. Vice Mayor.
Not sure how detailed we need to go, but I think there's been direction that's been provided tonight, and I would move to accept the proposed donation from the Los Gatos Rotary to the town at Live Oak Manor Park.
Councilmember Risto.
I'll second the motion.
Any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, I have 4 more items, and I'm going to look to my council members to see if they want to take a small break. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're ready to move on to item number 21, which is to provide direction on the town's community grant process. Welcome, Mr. Baker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to preface this straight off by saying that I promised to come back with like a 50,000-foot view level of the community grant process because it's got some cracks in it. Over the course of the next year, it's probably not going to support its weight, and it'd probably be good to kind of rebuild the foundations of it. But that's not what I brought you tonight because I've got grant applicants that are expecting the applications to come out on Thursday. And I figure if you're going to do a rebuild, it's probably not a good time to do it, to really throw the system out for them. So tonight, what I brought you is just a couple of things that hopefully we can kind of put some bandages on it, knowing that the surgery will come later. With that, I've got just kind of like 5 question points. They're really focused around kind of 2 overarching topics. And the reason that they've kind of popped up is that you put in 25 grand in a nutrition category, 25 grand into a rent help category, and it has a kind of a little bit of a potential to create, with our current rules, a little bit of a classic government catch-22. So I just want to kind of iron that out before we move forward. So the 2 kind of general areas are the one that we're going to allocate and distribute the funds, and that's going to be questions 1, 2, and 5. And the other one has to do with how many grants or sources of funding one organization can receive at the same time. That deals with questions number 3 and 4. So, so number 1 up there is those are our sustaining grants that we have at the moment. We've got Live Oak Nutrition, Cassie, Next Door Solutions, Domestic Violence, and West Valley Community Services. Each of them we're allocating 1,000 more than we did last year. That's just the way that the math worked out this year. As long as that looks okay, that's what we would normally do administratively. You gave, for number 2, you gave an extra 100,000, so that one's added into sort of the competitive grant process. That brings it to 180,000. We're going to cap that at a 10,000 limit, so any competitive grant could come in, ask for 10,000. Again, we'd normally do that administratively, but I just wanted to call it to your attention here because jumping to question number 5, you have those 2 new categories where you've put $25,000 pots of money. So you've got a nutrition category, $25,000, and the rent help, $25,000. And so is it the intention that the $25,000 can be claimed by one single organization in a competitive process, or did you want that to sort of match the 10,000 cap that we're going to put here for the regular competitive grants, or maybe the regular competitive grants bump up to 25,000. We just have fewer organizations that can apply for them. So we just want to kind of call that to your attention that you've got a competitive category there with a really big pot of money, and another competitive pot of grant process which is has a much smaller pot of money. So can an organization claim all of that 25,000 in that category, or do you want to actually divvy that up? And then the other part has to do with the allocations, questions 3 and 4. So we have kind of a standing rule at the moment, which is that if you are an organization and you're already getting a grant, you can't apply for another one, you can't get another one. We wanted to, the philosophy when we came into it was we want as many organizations to be able to get this money as possible. So if you're getting it from this side, you can't also apply for from this side. So that has worked out pretty good, except for with these new 2 pots of money in your nutrition category. Your heavy hitters for that application are going to be Live Oak Nutrition, West Valley Community Services, both which already receive grants in a different category. So if they can't take a second bite of the apple, then they're excluded from that category. So that's kind of a catch-22 if that's you had wanted them to apply for that. The other one is you got St. Luke's. St. Luke's is getting an allocation of funds through St. Luke's Food Pantry, getting allocation of funds through the unhoused line item there. So if you're saying, well, if you're getting money from a different source, then you can't apply for grants. So that would also take them out of that particular category. So kind of catch-22 there if you wanted those 3 to apply, and you still have the rule of you can only have one. That said, if you do open it up and you can take kind of more than one bite at the apple, then the competition becomes a lot more fierce in different categories. West Valley also receives another chunk of money, another $15,000 from CDD, from a different pot of money for rental as well. So they've got money coming from sustaining grant, money coming from that one. Can they also apply for a competitive grant, and can they apply in one of the or both of the other two categories? In which case they might get 4 or 5 bites at the apple, depending on how you look at it. So anyway, I just wanted to throw those out, kind of point those to your attention. If we could kind of iron that out, I'll move forward through the process this year, and then hopefully in the next couple of months in fall, I'll bring the higher level thing, and we can kind of crack apart the entire process and feel really where you want to be going with community grants and how you want it to really align going in the future, fix some of the other problems we have.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. As I've said before, I think this is a really wonderful program. It's, we're fortunate to be in a community that has some money to allocate in this manner. A lot of places don't do that, but also the process that's used is a very fair process that looks at weighting the community's needs. And so, these, I don't think we need an overhaul of this system. I think that by funding it at a greater level, we're able to produce more results for our community. I assume we're going to walk through these, one at a time, but I did have one question that kind of relates to any of the organizations, and that is, are there criteria to ensure that grants are not given to groups with a political agenda, meaning those that support or oppose candidates regionally or in Los Gatos? And the reason I raise this, I know First Amendment rights are important, but I don't think that the town should be supporting speech that could be contrary to the speech of our residents who elect their officials. And so, so my question is, are there criteria to ensure that grants are not given to groups with a political agenda?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I can answer that in I can kind of interpret your question in 2 ways. One is in the grant guidelines, it's actually one of the rules. It says grant funds may not be used for lobbying or for endorsing political candidates or parties. So the actual money that we're giving can't be used for that particular purpose. If it's coming across in the grant application, that would disqualify it. If at the end of the grant process, it looked like there was anything that looked like that, there was that kind of conflict with what our rules are, we would go back and figure out what we would do there. But that would be a sort of a disqualifying thing. The other way that I can interpret your question would be just in general, if an organization, not with our grant funds, because our grant funds we can kind of say what the rules are with our grant funds, but just in general, if an organization is having a political view or making political statements, would we disqualify them because they're making political statements? And on that one, we don't have anything that we would exclude them for or disqualify for them for just because they're making political statements or they have a political stance. I don't know the total legality on it, but I haven't seen that before in grants, and I would think that maybe the legal term would be like dropping yourself in the deep end of the cold ocean with no water wings, right? It's I think it would be pretty dangerous for us to say you've made a political statement, therefore you are disqualified from applying for these grants in general, even though the grant funds you're applying for would not be used for a project that would involve lobbying or endorsing a political candidate. That would just be my thought, but I'd have to pass it over to town attorney.
So this might be tied to Mr. Baker's first point, but town funds can't be used to advocate politically, and it sounds like there's already guardrails around the donations that say the donations can't be used for that purpose. And right now, it doesn't sound as if there are any rules against politically oriented groups receiving grant funds, so long as they're not using the town money for advocacy. But that's not to say that couldn't be added.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. My understanding is that all of the groups that are awarded are 501c3s, right?
That is correct. That's one of the stipulations.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and so my understanding of being a 501c3 is you cannot advocate for political candidates of any kind, do any sort of politicking. So I think, you know, an organization would lose their 501c3 status if they did that, which would then disqualify them in a different way, is my thought on that.
Any further questions, Vice Mayor?
I'm not sure that's the case. So I would be interested in taking a look at that. I know that certain nonprofits do endorse political candidates, and there are certain rules by which they can make an endorsement that involve engaging their membership in doing so. But I would be interested in further exploring that because I don't believe that's the case.
Councilmember Moore.
It doesn't sound like this is terribly important, but I worked in a government relations role at a 501c3 nonprofit for 3 years, and we have to be very, very careful about candidates specifically. You can't, 501c3 employees, staff, board members with their 501c3 hat on cannot do any formal campaign behavior. 501c4s can, but 501c4s are different and would not qualify for these funds from my understanding. So,
I would also like to see this addressed further. All right, Councilmember Isto.
Thank you, and I want to thank Director Baker for the presentation. I am glad that we have some questions tonight to focus ourselves on some of these questions, because originally with the grant program, and what I've appreciated about it is, as a council member, when it comes to budget time, there's often groups that, you know, for all the right reasons, are somewhat opportunistic about coming at budget time asking for money. And we've tried to be disciplined about saying, go to the grant program, so that we don't have some groups that are unaware of the possibility that you could get funded by showing up in front of council and are patiently waiting at the grant program. That said, I think sometimes we've seen some needs, and given that we've allocated additional money in certain areas, you've brought up where some of the conflicts might be, where, and we'll get into this more, I guess, after public comment, but, you know, I think I viewed the council as having sort of a decision on where nutrition money might go, but if we follow the strict grant program, it may not go where we want. So I think these will be important questions to address as we go forward. And then where these conflicts kind of come up that we have to work through tonight, it would be great to have a better process for next year. So I appreciate you breaking this into 2 steps. How do we do the best job we can with this year's grant program? And then how do we make sure that we have a process that takes the council out of it when it gets to the granting that works for next year?
Okay, so I would just say that we're at council questions at this moment. So I'm not sure if that's, you know, a question that you're asking, but we really need to move on to opening public comment. I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, with that, I'm going to close public comment and now open it up for comments. Councilmember Rennie.
So I think that we need a little bit of adjustment to either the process or the way we're thinking about it. I know you try really hard, and I think you use the term have a level playing field. I disagree somewhat with this idea of a level playing field, at least not across everything. Council at times finds that there are certain needs in our community, and we want to allocate more funds in that direction. For example, you know, we're saying rent relief is something that's really important these days, and we want to get a higher percentage of the funds into that category because we think it's going to have a much bigger impact on our community than some of the other potential projects. The problem is becoming when we then try to say, okay, we have a level playing field and everybody's supposed to get something equal, but in fact, we're trying to set aside where larger funds can go in one direction. So I'm suggesting we try to find a way to think about it a little bit differently. We did it with the sustaining grants. We kind of stuck them in a different category, and I don't know if these have to move into sustaining grants, but I don't like the idea of spreading the peanut butter across everything evenly when we think we have certain types of needs in the town that need more funds, and that's what we've done here. And again, I don't want us to just spread it evenly if we're actually trying to accumulate more funds in a direction that we think the council has decided is more important. I don't know exactly what the solution to that is, but I want to suggest we think about it.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree completely with that comment. I think you said that very articulately. I was trying to think about how to word that. I think that we don't want to penalize, an organization that decides they want to provide rental assistance or nutrition services that has previously provided, maybe a different service that they applied for through the process. So I don't have necessarily concerns about, the multiple bites at the apple, as long as if it's Live Oak, for instance, they're providing, I don't know. I think there's ways to think about that to ensure that they get more funding. Because I think when we were having the council discussion, we were, sort of talking about, in one way, increasing the amount of money going to some of these organizations for these, food and rental assistance that I do think, as Councilmember Rennie was just saying, we've identified as especially important right now. And I think we'll sort of get into that when we answer your question specifically. But I agree with what Councilmember Rennie just said.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I think, at any time the council can choose to allocate money to a charitable organization or to someone providing a service for the residents. What we're really talking about here is the process that's outside of the normal council allocation process. This is where this process was set up so we don't have organizations coming to every meeting asking for money. We've set up a fair process that involves some of our commissions, our Community Health and Senior Services Commission, and under Mr. Baker's leadership, it follows this process to allocate money that isn't being really set. So, I think that the fundamentals are fine, and I think that we should answer the questions, that were posed. I'm willing to jump in on a couple of them if it's appropriate. So, with regard to question number one, that looks like an appropriate level of funding. With question number two, should they be distributed with a cap of 10,000 each? I think that makes sense. I don't know if we're going to turn out to have 18 organizations come forward, because it looks like this is a long list, but maybe over several years. But I think that would be a good starting point to keep that at 10,000. With regard to number three, I think that an organization that receives funding through other mechanisms should definitely be eligible for community grant funding through competitive process. We have organizations like Live Oak Nutrition that gets funding from the county. We have organizations like Los Gatos Saratoga Rec that has received a state grant of $1 million. And so I don't think that should preclude them from participating in the community grant program, because they're putting together their budget from a variety of sources. And then finally, with regard to number four, I think that the rent relief and the food grant programs would be okay for organizations that have received a sustaining grant to also receive a portion of funds. And where I see that coming in is in an unforeseen circumstances, such as we've done a sustaining grant, and then there's a rise in the need for meals. And the sustaining grant has sort of stayed at the same level, but all of a sudden there's circumstances that force people to need meals. And so if it's a qualified organization, it would make sense to me for them to participate. And then with regard to number 5, I think that I think the process has enough discretion so that we don't have to put a cap grant amount on it, because the process, I think, itself can sort through that. So anyway, those are thoughts on those 5.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm generally in agreement with what the Vice Mayor said there. I'll just go through the same ones myself. I think, number 1, yes, I think those levels make sense. For question 2, I think this is maybe where, we could use some more thought in the future about how to structure this. I think there's a few different ways we could do that. I think, for going out on Thursday, this probably doesn't make sense, but one thought I've had is, could you do 2 different categories, something like a 5K and a 10K, or a 5K and a 15K, or something like that. I think one way you could do that would work for this year is tell folks that we're going to distribute a maximum of $10,000 each, but if you have a project that's really only a $5,000 project, you could apply for half of the money and potentially be more likely to be awarded the money. I think that's one way to, kind of 2 birds, 1 stone that. And I do think, there's 31 organizations on that list. Last year, I think we did 25 or 26, right? Something, maybe 24. And so, I would hate to see too many organizations not be awarded. And I know we're not going to be able to give it to everyone, but I think if you give people that lesser money option, especially for some of the smaller nonprofits, I think that a lot of their projects really are only a $5,000 project if their annual operating budget's only $50,000, right? So I think that's one way to kind of address that. For question 3, I think yes. For question 4, also yes. I think you could, and maybe this goes into question 5 too. One way that this could be done to add some, more equity, or however you want to say it in the process, is perhaps they have to be applying for different services. So if one organization is applying for the food grant or the nutrition grant, and they also perform another service, they could apply for that other service under the broader community grants and apply for their food thing under the nutrition category, because my I think we do have to think about that, because my fear is if you let 3 organizations apply for the rent relief or nutrition and you award it to all of them, you've actually given them each less money than they would have gotten in the community grants process. So that's a thought there. And then for number 5, I think capping it at 3 would make sense, but probably shooting for 2, so they're each getting $12,500. I think if you start to do a whole lot more than that, you start to get some level of diminishing returns. So those are some of my thoughts there.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I was trying to take a really simple look at this, knowing that we'll be making some changes for next year, and given that the deadline is right here, I don't think we want to start changing up the process because we're right here. But I agree for number 1 that the sustaining grants remain. I did have a question for West Valley Community Services at $21,000. Do we know how much of that is rental assistance?
None of that amount is rental assistance. So
Okay.
they get a 15,000 from community development, and I wouldn't be able to say which line item that is, but it's not reflected here in the 21,000. So they have the 21,000 here, 15,000 from CDD.
Okay. And then Live Oak Nutrition, that 23,000 is nutrition, correct?
Yes, that 23,000 is just for their nutrition program, which is, to my
Okay.
knowledge, the only program they have.
So I would keep number one the way it is, which sounds like we have consensus on that. For number two, the remaining 180,000, when I've seen the grants in the past, it sounds like a lot of the grants are for well under $10,000. People are applying for specific projects, and as that merit works out. So I feel like that can just continue the way it has been. The organizations receive funding from the town through other mechanisms, be eligible for community grant funding through competitive process. I would say for this year, yes. I think in the future, we may be needing to look at categories, and say, okay, we're going to have very specific categories and then decide how people can apply or how organizations can apply. But for this year, I would say yes. Number four, the nutrition, food grants, and rent relief that already receive a sustaining grant. I would say this year, yes, because the council went out of their way to allocate $25,000 toward nutrition and specifically toward rental assistance. And there are existing organizations getting money from us that we know can fill those criteria. And so I'm okay with that exception this time, and we'll have to figure out how we do it for other things. And then for the nutrition food grants and rent relief, in terms of distributing the funds, I kind of had two thoughts. One is for rental assistance, assuming the rental assistance is specifically allocated only for Los Gatos residents, I'm okay with having as many organizations apply, and if they can make their case, get it. And part of the reason I say that is I know for a fact that the three organizations we know the best, West Valley Community Services, St. Vincent de Paul, and Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, right now refer people back and forth and work with each other collaboratively. So in my mind, whether the money gets divided between the three of them or if there's a fourth entity that is has the serious ability to do rental assistance and is in the community, I think however it works out with the process is fine with me because it'll all stay in Los Gatos, it'll all be rental assistance. It's not like it's a specific program where if it falls below a certain amount of money, it is no longer effective. And however, for nutrition, and I would love to hear from my other council members, I was under the impression that we were pretty much wanting to allocate that directly or indirectly right to Live Oak. So I don't know if maybe that's not true, but I feel like if we put that out for general bidding and then other groups that are either doing nutrition education or some other type of nutrition may not fill the need that we intended with that $25,000. And so only speaking for myself, my thought and intention was that it went to Live Oak. And so I would make that recommendation here, but I would like to hear what other council members think about that specific $25K for nutrition.
Director Baker, did you have some information or questions that you wanted to share earlier that we didn't notice that you wanted to talk to us?
There's just a couple of clarifications. Let's see, for the 10K cap on the competitive grants, organizations apply for whatever amount up to 10K. So we do get some that apply for 7,000 or something, right? So that is part of the process we have already. And then we always have more applicants than we do funds. So every single year, no matter how much we put in it, we've always run out of funds. We've always turned away applicants. So just everyone knows that that will not be a problem. We will definitely run out of funds.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I would just say that I hear people trying to want to keep the process the same. So I think simplify the change. I would just say something like, for our special case categories, which we've made 2 this year, our priority categories that it can be a second bite of the apple. They could, if they're doing, some of these organizations are large enough, they do many services, and why do we not allow them, particularly if it's something like rent relief, and we have only 3 people that are interested in providing rent relief to Los Gatos, and 2 of them already are providing food support or something, and so they don't get to count. Doesn't make any sense to me when we're trying to get money into those categories. So I think we just take the special categories and you allow somebody that's applied for grant in another kind of area to also apply, and then even in the items in number 2, I think we want to be careful about, again, spreading the peanut butter so thin that holes start appearing in it. And the same thing would be true for number 5. If we've got 4 applicants for food and we divide 25,000 by 4, but it's not enough that they can do anything with it, then that's not good either. So I think we should be thinking about, are we giving enough money to be effective? And if not, don't give it somewhere in a larger group to another one where it can be more effective. We need to think about the effectiveness, not just can we spread it evenly and be fair.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with everything that Councilmember Rennie just said. I think the spreading too thin is a good way to think about it. One thought on what Councilmember Risto just said and what Councilmember Rennie just said. I think for me, it is important to, I think, while we did sort of, Live Oak was the only person or the only organization that was, we were really thinking of, I think, at the time. I do think, what Director Baker is sort of getting at, or what I'm hearing, is trying to maintain some integrity in the process and keeping it fair and all of that. And I think that is very important, and I think this is a very fair process. So I think, I don't know if I want to do a direct call out for, certain organizations, but perhaps if we, for question number 5, if we do we cap each of those at 3 organizations, and then maybe for nutrition food grants, we could get a little bit more granular there and call it, something like food distribution, or exactly what, I don't know what Live Oak would categorize themselves as, but I think what we're really intending is for people to get food, right? To, not nutrition education, not, but for food distribution. So maybe we get a little bit more specific there. And then if there is another amazing organization, then they could, that's doing what Live Oak does, then we would be okay with that. But I at a high level, I think what Councilmember Rennie's getting at, not spreading the peanut butter too thin, I think is a good metaphor.
Vice Mayor.
Just my understanding of Live Oak Nutrition is that they run a meals program and a food distribution program, but most of the funding they need is for the meals. The food distribution is largely contributed, so I think it might be hard for them to split between the 2, and I think that for now is the organization that's most effective at delivering nutrition all the way around to our residents.
Okay, so yes, Director Baker.
Just want to jump in here. So I appreciate the things about level playing field and integrity and stuff. Those aren't because they're coming from me directly. It's just that's what the direction you kind of adopted 4 years ago. It doesn't have to be that way. You can set it up however you want. I'm just trying to kind of follow those parameters that you put in place previously. That said, so I hear Live Oak called out. I hear Live Oak called out. Right now, it's a competitive process. So if you want it to be competitive, you must mentally prepare yourself for a different organization to snag those funds if they write a better application. If you're like, we're about competition, we want this to be competitive, are you okay with that? If you are not okay with that, and deep down inside you are like, we already know who we want this to go to, it would be far more efficient on my end to not have to do a bunch of other paperwork if you already know where you want it to go. So I'm just kind of throwing that out.
And if I may, Mayor, one way, and I think we're kind of at the point where we almost need motions, especially for item number 5 and maybe a couple of these other ones. I think a motion would be very helpful for the staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Then I would like to make a motion specifically toward item 5 for the nutrition food grants that the council set up, where it was $25,000 toward nutrition, $25,000 toward rent relief. My motion is that the rent relief grants be distributed in a competitive process with a cap of $10,000, but specifically for rent relief for residents of Los Gatos, and that the nutrition grant be directly given to Live Oak this year.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would second that. I think it makes sense.
Councilmember Moore.
So I can support that. I would maybe want to make a friendly amendment or an actual amendment. I think the cap of 10,000 is, so I've heard from one of those organizations that they might not apply. And so, and just, because the administration is burdensome. And so, and they basically expressed, if these other two organizations, basically what you said, if the money's getting distributed in Los Gatos, we don't have to do it. So I think maybe maximum of 3 organizations does that better than cap of 10,000.
Good point. I will accept that friendly amendment, because if we cap it at 10,000 and only 2 organizations apply, then only $20,000 can be given out. So I would say that a maximum of 3 organizations can receive it to be divided equally, or is it? I don't know if it needs to be equal. I guess it can be equal this year. Councilmember Hudes is the seconder. Do you accept it, or do you have a better idea?
No, I think it's a good idea as it is, and I'll accept it.
Okay, so do we have that motion?
So we have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
So I will call, do we have any
What was
comments?
the motion about the equal stuff?
For nutrition, it's directly to Live Oak. For rental assistance, it can be distributed to up to 3 organizations, the whole $25K.
All right, so I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, I'll make a motion on number 1 and just maintain the 4 non-competitive sustaining grants at their current levels. Councilmember Risto, you had your hand up. A second?
Second.
Okay. Any comments? I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, somebody else like to make a motion? We've got 2, 3, and 4. I heard Vice Mayor.
Yeah, number 2, I move that the remaining $180,000 be distributed into a number of grants with a cap of 10,000 each. We might end up with less than 18, though. Is that correct? So I'm leaving out distributed into 18 grants. It would just be a cap of 10,000 to use the amount.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Any comments? Councilmember Risto.
I have a question. If it's a cap of 10,000 and we have $180,000, why would we cap how many grants could be given out?
Yeah, that was a good catch there, and I think that was what Vice Mayor was alluding
Yeah, I
to.
left that out of the motion.
So it's however many grants.
Right.
Yeah, that
with a
could
max.
end up being 19 or 20 if they
Perfect.
apply for less.
Okay.
So that was a good catch. Apologies there, I missed that one.
Councilmember Rennie.
So the cap of 10 seems to have come from, this is how much money we have and how many grants we typically do. I'm struggling with the idea that, again, for some of these organizations, is 10,000 going to be enough to be effective? Or will a lot of organizations say, it's not even worth my effort to apply for only 10,000? And I would have to sit here and analyze the list a little more, but I worry about the peanut butter being spread and making some of the donations really not very effective. So I struggle because I know you're trying to kind of take the decision making out of it so it's more fair, but I worry when you don't put more intelligence into it, we become less effective. So I don't like it.
Councilmember Risto, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I guess I view this community grant as an opportunity for organizations that want to do a special one-off that's going to be $10,000 or less. So I guess a question for our director is, because you have applicants come and talk to you, is there anybody, well, first of all, about what percentage are asking for the max 10,000 is my first question.
The majority. I wouldn't be able to say that as a percentage, but definitely the majority are asking for the max.
Okay, and do you have a sense of whether that 10,000 gets them part of the way, or are they looking for other funds elsewhere, or are they cutting back what they would do because they can only get 10,000?
That is a difficult one to answer. I will say that when we were doing the overhaul of the program about 4 years ago, we were spreading peanut butter even thinner, and many of the applicants just said, no, either give us the full amount we need, or don't give us anything. But don't. It's too thin. It's not going to work for us. So the 10,000 is kind of about average of what we have been giving. Doesn't have to be 10,000. It could be a totally different amount. It is very nice though to be able to communicate where a cap is though that you can apply for. I would say that whatever that cap is, there will definitely be organizations that will go up, that will ask for up to that cap. And the higher the cap is, the more an organization is going to be able to do, especially as with the prices of things these days.
So two other follow-on questions. One is, have you had people come up to you and say, well, I'm not going to apply because 10,000 is not enough?
I can say as a grant writer that there are many grants that I don't apply for because 10 grand is not enough. But I have not had anyone come to me, but that's probably because they're just being polite. Okay, and then the last question is, have we already publicized that it's a $10,000 grant as we have asked for applications? No, it has not been publicized as of yet. Whatever you put in that line will go out on Thursday with all the applications. Excellent, thank you.
Councilmember Moore, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a worthwhile conversation. I think, fundamentally at the start of the presentation, Director Baker was saying that, maybe there's a bigger conversation to be had here. And I like the idea. I think I've heard multiple people talk about categories, and so I think moving forward, it might make sense to break up, the funds that we want to distribute into categories. We have 6 categories or whatever, and we say these are our big top priorities for nonprofits. And then maybe we can do slightly larger grants then. I think, my worry, I wish we had more money, right? If we moved the cap up to something like $15K, then you only get 12 organizations if they max out, which is, would be a significant cut, I think, to some of these. And a lot of these organizations I look at are some of our kind of smaller nonprofits that work in Los Gatos, something like Girls on the Run, Plant-Based Advocates, our service clubs. They're, they don't have huge budgets, so I imagine $10,000 is substantial. So, for what that's worth. And then just one quick question, and Director Baker, you kind of already answered this, but do we make it abundantly clear at the, at the front of the application, you can apply for less if you want, and that, allows us to distribute a little bit more?
Yes, and the application is pretty well spelled out that we're asking for their project amount, and they can ask up to whatever the cap is.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to, the Vice Mayor had his hand up, and then Councilmember Rennie, but I just want to remind the council that I have a motion and a second on the table. So, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to support the motion. I think that if we're going to go to a larger amount of money or categories, I think we need a little more time to work on it. And I also think that, that's what's then jumping it out of this process and into the council process more. And so I think, at this point we could do some good. Some of these organizations raise a ton of money elsewhere, but they still apply for the 10,000 because it could be incremental to what they're doing for the community. And some of them, the 10,000 might be all that they raise, but it seems like that's a good way to keep the process moving, get some money to these organizations. And then if there's some categories that we need to fund more heavily or some organizations that we need to, we ought to consider that in next year's process.
Councilmember Rennie?
Yeah, I'll support the 10,000 this year. I like the idea of thinking about categories next year. I would ask staff to try to watch the process and see, are we getting less, or some people, I know it's hard to know who didn't apply, right, kind of thing, because your 10,000 is too little. But if you can collect any intel on that number for future reference, that would be helpful.
Okay, so I am going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. I think we covered it all, or do we need one on 3 and 4? Yeah, we do. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I mentioned the reasons before that I think that organizations that receive money from the town through other mechanisms should be eligible for community grant funding. But in doing that, we should make it clear that it's for something else. It's not for more for what they've been given. To take the chamber, for instance, we really should understand what is the incremental value that they're going to provide through the grant. And I think the grant application process kind of forces them to articulate that. But what I wouldn't want to do is just to say, okay, I didn't get enough on this, and so I'm going to go here and try to get a little more, but it needs to be clear. So I'm going to make a motion to, I move that organizations who receive funding from the town through other mechanisms should be eligible for community grant funding through the competitive process.
Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I'll second the motion, and I agree that it needs to be a very discrete program that's independent of what they're already getting funded for, or for a very specific ask.
Director.
Pardon me, slight governmental catch-22. So West Valley Community Services gets funding from the town through a different funding mechanism for rental assistance, and they would be applying for a grant for rental assistance, so it would be the same category. So just if that's what you want, that
okay, I'll second it and say this year we have this one-off thing with the rental assistance and the nutrition program that we carved out specifically this year. This will be something that we'll have to work through for the new process, but right now, yes, it's okay.
And I think the other way to think about it, if I may, is that item 3 was really focusing on the competitive process for the 180. So if that was the intent, that if they're, so this really wasn't the categories of rental assistance and nutrition, because that was a different question. It's really, should groups like NUMU, who got a pretty big allocation in our budget, should they also be eligible for a competitive grant for a specific program that they may want to do? And as I understand the motion, the answer would be yes.
Yeah, that was my intention of the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Passes unanimously. So that leaves number 4. Councilmember Moore.
I move that for nutrition grants and for rent relief grants, organizations already receiving a sustaining grant should be eligible for these funds.
Vice Mayor.
Second.
I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, we're moving on to item number 22, which is direction on near-term improvements to the interim community center. We're looking forward to your report, Ms. Nomura.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. I will be going through the staff report, so if you want to follow along, that would be the place to go. Just have so many things from the other item. I apologize. Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. And so we had discussions with LGS Recreation as well as our community partners and the CHSSC on June 11th, and we're coming back with those recommendations so that we can have council's direction on how to move forward with those near-term improvements and operational considerations for our community partners. And so regarding hybrid meeting equipment, which was directed by council at a prior meeting, we've determined that to have a hybrid Zoom meeting with modern equipment, it would cost an estimated $4,500 to $10,000 per setup, along with a $50 a month Zoom license. We would recommend a portable setup just so that it can be used in any room. However, we do want to point out that there is a limitation in how it can be transported between floors. So we would recommend, if you want all rooms to have access, then perhaps to have one unit for the first floor and one unit for the second floor, just so that you're not transporting it between floors in the elevator on a regular basis. And so the CHSSC recommended that council proceed with 2 systems, one for the first floor and one for the second floor. Moving on to office for the shared desk space for community partners. After speaking with LGS Recreation, they have identified an office space that can be used they are willing to offer it for the nominal fee of $24 per hour. The one upgrade we think would be useful is a lock or a kind of programmable lock or keypad for the door. That's estimated to cost between $1,400 and $2,000. I will caveat that all these estimates are very preliminary. We want to make sure we have council's direction before we spend a lot of staff time determining actual cost estimates. And in this, they're $24 per hour. Their LGS Recreation is waiving their normal deposit of $500, the application fee of $10, and facility attendant fees of $24 per hour. The CHSSC, for this particular piece of it, wanted clarification of whether or not the LGS Recreation agreement obligated them to provide the space to community partners at no charge. There is in attachment F certain descriptions of should space be provided for these various senior services. And after legal review, it has been determined that the existing lease does not require LGS Recreation to provide the space for free. Staff recommends that council proceed with the keypad for the office and to provide any other direction regarding the nominal charge to community partners to cover LGS Recreation's related operating expenses such as custodial, front office staff to support and direct clients, and things of that nature. Moving on to other improvements, we are recommending a large hall divider. This would help. Right now, there is a current divider that is not functioning well. It takes several staff members to move it and operate it. We are recommending a new replacement to be put in. That would be approximately $100,000, but it would include a motor, would be much more usable and feasible. It would open up, it would allow the space to be used in 2 different spaces, so more programming potentially. We're thinking of future community providers, even blocking off half of the room so that there could be some sort of food pickup potentially with the half of the room that has an entrance from the street. Again, none of the community partners currently need this space in particular. We're just thinking forward to what future partners could need and what could just be a beneficial improvement for the center. There was also interest from LGS Recreation to have a second divider. I don't know if you've been there, but the large hall, there's some temporary dividers to separate the storage space for the chairs and tables. They would like that to be permanent. This is not included in our recommendation just due to the higher cost. There's going to be structural analysis, permitting, and construction associated with that. That's a pretty heavy load to bear for the building because it's not already there. There's not railing there to support it, et cetera. So that would be more expensive than just replacing the divider that's currently there. In addition to dividers, staff is recommending exploring additional safety lighting on the exterior of the building as well as interior for the installation of emergency lighting, such as in the restrooms. And I would say that in addition to safety lighting, it's been indicated that upgrading to pendant lighting in the lobby area could be beneficial in that it makes the space brighter and more welcoming. Preliminarily, we estimate that this lobby lighting upgrade to be $100,000. Again, we would do better costing and more specific costing if council wanted us to pursue that. CHSSC recommended that the council proceed with the motorized large hall divider replacement and a lockable, secure second divider so that the portable hybrid meeting equipment could be stored securely. So they're thinking that that second space where there is storage of tables and chairs, should a portable hybrid Zoom setup be available, that it could be stored safely there. And in conclusion, staff looks forward to the council's direction on these items, and we've listed out there's what we were looking for in terms of direction for hybrid meeting equipment, shared desk space, and the nominal fee, and other improvements, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you so much for the report. Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Risto.
Thank you very much for the report. This is very thorough and I think really helped me walk through, you know, kind of what was taken from the community meeting and the CHSSC. So I think this is really great. One thing, so the on the office space for community partners, one thing that, or two things maybe that were brought up by some of those community partners. One was private space for you know, confidential meetings like with a therapist. Was there any thought given to that? And then the second one was storage of some kind for another one of the nonprofits. And so are those, where'd you land on those?
Yeah, so the kind of therapy sessions or just the sessions in general could be held in this office space. Again, it would be rotational. It's private. Private discussions can be held. So that is the plan for that. As far as for storage space, this does not include general storage space for the partners, and that's not something that we'll be providing at this time.
And so a follow-on on the private, you know, counseling space. So I'd be curious to see what Cassie thinks of that, because I think the problem there is that limits you to having one client, you know, sort of at a time. And because there's not really a waiting area of any kind, I don't know, I could see that being pretty limiting to, yeah.
So I can speak to that. We have had conversations with our partners, with Cassie in particular, about this. They think that it works for them because their intention is not to have a drop-in type of service, but to schedule it. And so I don't think that that's going to be a concern. Of course, if it comes up, we'll work through it. But
awesome. That's great. Thank you.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. And thank you for some of the questions I was wondering about. But another question is in terms of securing the Zoom equipment. So if we had two different setups and one was upstairs, I mean, there's a variety of rooms on each level. So the one upstairs because it's portable, does that mean it could move to different types of spaces up there?
That's correct.
Okay, and then how would that be secured up there? Would it be put into the smallest room possible and locked when it's not used? And similarly, what are options to secure the Zoom equipment on the first floor if we don't build this whole rail and storage system?
I think that you could secure the portable system in any given room. I don't know necessarily that it's more secure in a smaller room or a larger room. I think likely they would figure out which room uses it the most and probably store it in there and make sure things are locked. We can also likely have certain locks that secure it to the portable cart or whatever ends up being used as well. As far as downstairs, I'm sure they would be securing the building just like they would normally, along with all their other equipment and storage inside.
So as a follow-on, so it doesn't sound like building this whole rail system and having the next divider to secure the Zoom equipment on the first floor is necessary. There are options because we would have to deal with those kind of options for the upstairs equipment as well, correct?
I definitely think there are options. I think on the first floor, there may, just from recollection, there may not be as many other rooms to put it in. It may end up being stored in the large hall, but again, the entire facility is locked. So there are other options. It's just a matter of how many layers of security you want to have.
Got it. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
While we're talking about the Zoom equipment, one of the requirements from our older adults is that it just work, that you don't have to fool around with it, you don't have to wait for something to boot up. And when we've looked at Zoom rooms in other facilities, they're easy to use. And so my question is, by going to a portable configuration, do we give up that ability for the equipment to just come on easily?
It's a great question. Having it portable or affixed to the wall does not change the actual use or the setup. Essentially, either the TV or screen is going to be mounted to the wall or it will be mounted to a portable cart. That part doesn't change. How you would use it doesn't change. From the aspect that it could be used in multiple rooms, there would have to be some foresight in terms of which room do you want it in to make sure it was there and ready to go when someone came to use it, versus it's stuck in one room, so I don't have to think about that. That would be one additional step. The other piece I do want to mention is that there are different ways this can be set up, and to your point, CHSSC had asked me, maybe there's a way we can see one of these systems. We do have one system in our EOC that might be of interest, so we might figure out how to do a little field trip for them. I will caveat, this is technology. There's always going to be some learning curve. It's really a matter of preference of what they feel is most convenient, because there are systems where I just plug in my HDMI cable, but I use all of my own things on my own computer. Zoom Room system, it has its own Zoom Room license, so you would be plug and play into that Zoom Room. So as long as you're using that Zoom Room's credentials, you're good. So it really depends on the individual of what version is easier. But again, we can explore it with the CHSSC.
Vice Mayor.
So if we started with a portable and it became difficult, we could make it more permanent, right? So we could start that way and see how it works. Because I think that's one of the concerns. I've participated in some of these meetings where people are, spending 20 minutes fooling around with their computers and their headsets and all of that kind of thing. And what we really want to do is make it easy so they go in, the meeting starts, and the people at home who, can't travel or don't want to travel can participate in these older adult activities. So maybe we could just do it that way, is start with a portable, and then if that doesn't work out, think about dedicating a room that's already set up.
Yes, that could definitely work. It's the same system, it's just whether you put it on a cart or you stick it to the wall.
Councilmember Rennie.
And so the portable system includes a computer, right? People don't have to bring their own computer. My vision of making it easy is you stick it on a cart, you mount a power strip, you mount the computer, you mount the screen there, and you turn it on, it will connect to the Wi-Fi in the room easily. Everything comes on easily. If anybody else in the room wants to connect to it, they just take their own computer, connect to the Wi-Fi into Zoom for that meeting. Is that our plan, to have sort of everything available and contained? Because as described, it's, okay, now I got my computer and getting it to, that's where it gets more complicated. If it's I roll it over, I plug it into the wall and press the on button, then it shouldn't matter whether it's portable or not.
That's a great question. You're kind of hitting on the nuance that there are kind of two different ways to do this. If we go the Zoom room or Zoom setup where it does have its own Zoom license for that system, it won't require another computer to operate.
Councilmember Moore.
But then you have the complication of that Zoom account has to make the meeting link that has to get sent out in advance to, meeting participants, which does make it a little bit more complicated on that end. So I think the HDMI hookup, people are pretty familiar with that now, and that allows, the person running the meeting to send it out ahead of time. The council doesn't need to figure that part out, but.
So I'm going to open public comment. I don't believe we have any speaker cards or hands on Zoom. Ms. Wood?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Mr. Fago?
Good evening, and thank you for a very productive meeting this evening. To this topic, it's interesting that I lead a group that meets in Saratoga at their adult recreation center, and in fact, they have rooms with portable Zoom cameras, big screen TVs, separate microphones and speakers, so that you don't need, as an attendee in the room, your laptop. But if you want to bring it, you can, and it participates, allows more people to participate that way. And it's a very simple, easy system. Even I could set it up. So it has to be very simple. And for a very nominal fee, I'll be happy to come over and, well, I better not. No, there is that precedent over there. And if you'd like to come over to Saratoga and see how theirs works, Monday morning, 10:30, see you there. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, do you have a question for Mr. Fago? I'm going to close public comment. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I had a question about the $24 an hour fee. First of all, was that discussed with the service providers during the RFI process?
So the exact dollar amount was not determined at the time because we weren't sure what the exact space was going to look like, what they needed. So, but we did spell out in the RFI was that a nominal fee was possible. We did not say it was going to be $24 an hour. What I can say is we have let all of our community partners know that this is the fee. We haven't received any concerns back. That doesn't mean there may not be in the future, but we haven't received any yet.
Because, yeah, thank you. And I went back to the 2009 agreement with LGS Rec, and I know we've gotten a legal opinion that they could charge for this, but I don't think that meets with the intent of the 2009 lease agreement. I'll just read from it. Indirect services. Los Gatos Community Education and Recreation shall provide appropriate facility space and administrative support as needed for the following services to be provided by outside agencies. And it says LGS Recreation is under no obligation to provide the services directly. And then they list a series, and it doesn't necessarily include the counseling services, but it had some other things like grief support, and some other income tax preparation. And there was no implication in there that they were going, that LGS Rec was going to charge for that. And you say, well, why would they do that? Well, LGS Rec is getting a package of rent relief in order to use that facility. And these were the items that were articulated as their responsibility indirectly to accommodate these. So I think that it was the intention at the time of the council to have Los Gatos Recreation provide that space and administrative support for outside agencies. Doesn't mean we can't change it, but that's essentially the way I read that lease agreement.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this was my same comment and concern as well. I think, and I actually think that fee is not that nominal when you do the math. If each provider, if you figure that the providers, and they probably won't, but if you let each provider divvy up, 40 hours in a week, divide that 3 ways between all of them, that comes out to about $2,000 per provider per month, which they could go rent a space. That's maybe check my math, but it seemed. I mean, I don't think that was the intention. Was for them to pay, even if it's $500 a month. They could go rent a room somewhere and do that. I think our intention with this, this whole idea was to make it really easy and bring in the providers we want to provide these services. And so I feel the same way. I think. So I think it would be appropriate for LGS Rec to let these providers, use the space for no cost. I think if there has to be a fee, and if we go through, some more legal checks or whatever to determine that they can compel, the town or the providers to pay this fee, I think that it would be appropriate for the town to cover the fee. I think that could come from the Interim Community Center Fund. I think that there's, what we're talking about here is not a huge portion of the money that we allocated of that 877, but I don't think it would be I do not think we should make the providers pay for this cost.
I agree, because I think about it as these are providers that we want to come and provide services, and most of them, if not all of them, are providing them for free, and most of them we're also giving grants to. So it's like we're giving them grants that they can then give back to us. It sort of is silly if you think about it. If they were a provider that was charging for a service, it would make sense that maybe we get a little cut for using the space. But since we're asking them to come give services for free, it seems insulting to then charge them.
So we're making some progress here, and we actually have 3 recommendations that we might need some motions on. So I'm going to look for council with the first one, with the hybrid meeting equipment, 1 portable system or 2. Is there a council? Ms. Nomura.
Sure. I apologize. It wasn't necessarily about the hybrid meeting, but one thing I did want to mention, and it's up to council's direction, and I completely hear the concerns about charging the fee or not charging the fee. One thing I do want to express is having some sort of mechanism to make sure that hours are scheduled accordingly. So if the town was paying for these things, it wasn't irresponsibly booked of hours being booked and then not used. And so if there is a mechanism to make sure that they're scheduled responsibly, that would be useful.
Councilmember Rennie?
Well, that you could do something like where they provide a refundable deposit that they get back if the space is used. So effectively, they pay for not using a space.
Councilmember Moore?
I don't know how I feel about that particular suggestion, but I think, my fear is by charging them, especially an hourly rate, you're discouraging them from doing what we wanted them to do in the first place, which is use the space, provide these services in Los Gatos, right? For someone like West Valley, the whole point was, I think a big part of the point was they're based in Cupertino and they provide these really great services, but it's really hard for the clients to get to Cupertino. So we want West Valley here as much as possible, right? I think we want them in this space as much as possible, and I redid my math. Maybe it's closer to $1,500, but that's you can go West Valley Community Services, I'm sure, could find a church or a school or whatever to rent them space for $1,500 a month. I think that, I hear the accountability issue. I don't know. I think all 3 of these, providers are pretty reputable. West Valley is a major organization. Cassie is they have 60 employees or something. So I don't know. I however we do it, and maybe this is enough direction, I don't know, but I think that the three providers should not pay the cost. And I don't like the reimbursement idea, sorry.
Vice Mayor.
I agree with that. I'd put that into a motion that that LGS Recreation would charge community partners a nominal fee of $24 per hour would be not included in the arrangement.
Councilmember Estelle.
I guess I'll wait for a second because I have a question that I wanted to ask.
Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I'll second and have a question too.
Okay. I'm likely to support the motion. My question is, did LGS Rec justify this? Are we asking them to do all the scheduling? Are they going to use the room when it's not scheduled, or is this dedicated just to the three users? And by the way, Councilmember Moore, your math actually was okay. It was like 3,800 something. So you were right. It was about 4,000 a month.
For all 40 hours. Sorry, he said
for 40 hours.
Per the three, so that's where I made the face. Right. I'm sorry. But to answer your question, they did propose this fee to cover their costs. This is what was provided to the town. We can go back and say, hey, this is the direction that we're hearing from council. I do think that they would be doing the scheduling. They are dedicating this room. They are not using it outside of this, because part of the arrangement that isn't outlined in great detail here was that the office space that's being used could be furnished and could be decorated in such a way, because for some of our providers, such as Cassie, the counseling sessions, they prefer it to be in a warm environment. They would set it up as such, and we would LGS Recreation was going to allow it to stay that way, not change it, and not use the room even when it's not being used by our providers.
As a follow-on, would LGS Rec pay for all of the furnishings and the decorating and setting up that room, and that's covered by the $24 an hour?
So no, that would be what the providers would be then providing. There are certain things there already. There is desks, there are chairs there if they're needed, but any additional things would be from the providers. That didn't seem to be an issue for anyone. They just wanted the ability to be able to put that in place. In terms of specifics on what they provide, it would be custodial to pay for utilities, front office staff support to help direct clients, and their rental cost of the space. And there may be some other things built in there, but that is the kind of summary that I have from them. I can ask for a deeper breakdown.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by the Vice Mayor.
When I read it, what I got was they're saying, you're charging Los Gatos, town of Los Gatos, you're charging us rent to use this building, and now you want some of the space back. We want money because we're paying rent for that space, or alternatively, we could reduce their rent. I think that's a lot of what the cost was they were talking about was, we're charging them rent, and then we're telling them, well, we want that space back.
Vice Mayor.
I would just point out that was the original arrangement, that they get a reduced rent and they provide some services, and one of those services was to allow outside service providers, and the fact is they haven't done that for many years, and so I think that just conceptually it makes sense. So anyway, we're still on that motion, right?
Right. So we have a motion and a second. So Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I'll support second the motion. I'll definitely support it. I just a question for the town attorney, and then a thought. So, in the consultation we got legally here, was it? Can you remind me of exactly what that said?
Yeah, it was just based on the plain language of the lease, and really the lease is silent on this issue. And so I think what I would like to propose is that I go back and take a look at the staff reports that accompanied the lease when it was approved, to see if those shed any light on what the intent was.
Okay, that'd be fine with me. I think, I wouldn't want to, have this be a point where we break down and that, doing this with LGS Rec, it seems like it's been going pretty well. I don't want to, sour things here. So I guess what I care most about is that the providers do not pay for anything here, and I think that's clear enough, and I think would work with this motion that we could, at any rate, we could keep the ball rolling on getting them into the space, continuing to make upgrades and getting them in sort of as soon as possible. I know we had sort of originally talked about hopefully summer for at least one of these organizations, but I'm willing to if we knock down the cost a little bit and the town covers, but whatever. I think that's okay, but I just don't want the providers to pay.
So, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I have. We need to vote on this, but I have another point related to that space.
Okay, let me call the question on this. I'm sorry.
I don't know that it'll affect the vote on it, but I just want to provide some additional clarity from what I understood and after reviewing the agreement and having the legal advisement. So in the section that the Vice Mayor was pointing out, it's in attachment F. In that section, it says, shall provide space, but it doesn't say shall provide space for free. So that was part of it. And then there is another section in 4.1.4 where renting meeting room, it specifies renting meeting rooms. Lessee shall adopt town's current fee schedule for public use of the neighborhood center in Exhibit E, and hereto attached and incorporated by reference, and which may be evaluated and modified by lessee after the first anniversary date of the delivery date. And so because they have the freedom to adjust their rental rates, that's kind of where this is coming from. What I will say, though, is I hear the heart of what the council would like to see is we don't want to charge the providers. They're already providing a service. So how do we figure out a way, even if the town might have to pay something, is there a way to make it so that the providers don't have to pay a fee? So that, I think with that direction and freedom, we can move forward, but continue with the motion.
I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Vice Mayor?
So the other question about this is yes, we're being offered a space, but is it really an inviting and welcoming space for this purpose? And should the town put more of the interim improvement to making this office space kind of like what we want to see in our new community center, something that is, really nice, not an old desk. I don't know what's in there. I didn't tour that office, but it seems, we're spending very little money on some of these things that were recommended as the priority to get this room ready and to get the Zoom when. And then we're looking at large sums of money for things like safety lighting and things like that. Is that really where our priorities are? And I do remember numerous conversations with CHSSC and the Senior Services Committee about making this space inviting and welcoming and sort of being a model of what we might have eventually in a community center. And so maybe we need to put a little more money into some of the furnishings and making that office that's been offered into something that is really a nice place for delivering these important services. I'm not going to make any motions from here in terms of what we should spend or how much, but it seemed to me that may be a little bit missing from the recommendation.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Mayor Hudis. I think I completely agree. I think that we do have a lot of money sitting here that the intention was to really make this a nice upgrade this space for these purposes here, and I very much appreciate you all being frugal. I think that's good. I'm glad, but I do think especially for a Cassie or West Valley, both having sensitive conversations in there. Yeah, getting some nice couches, and talking with them about what they need. any ways they want to try to divide things up or whatever. I think trying to meet the needs, and I like the way the vice mayor framed that in sort of trying to model what the new space could be like. I really like that.
Councilmember Rennie.
So I would agree with the comments from Vice Mayor that we probably should spend some money on furnishings to make it inviting. $100,000 for a lighting improvement in the lobby seems very excessive to me. I'm a younger senior that uses the facility, but I don't feel like the lighting's that bad when I walk in, and I don't see this worth spending $100,000 to change the lighting. That doesn't seem like the best place to spend it. I do think that we should make the large hall divider. That's $100,000 also. I think that's a better place to spend the $100,000. I don't think I would do whatever, to do the second divider, because that's going to get, again, excessively expensive, and there's got to be better places to spend it. We never answered the question on the Zoom equipment, I think. I'm not so sure two Zoom units are needed, but I could be wrong. But it's only an extra $5,000 for a second one, so I can go with two Zoom units. I maybe more uses will appear if the equipment is there, but it was the discussion groups that were going to need the equipment, and some of those have been kicked out. So, and upstairs, I suspect they're going to use it for the other pay rec class kind of things instead of for senior things, but I could be wrong. So I don't think two are needed, but it's only $5,000 extra.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I was curious if we had 2 units, is the downstairs unit primarily for the very large room? And what types of activities would you Zoom in that room? Or is it just because there's sort of classroom type buildings on both floors and it's not really amenable to going up and down in an elevator?
The recommendation or the possibility of 2 was really just because it would be difficult and probably not a great idea to transport up and down the elevator if there was a use for it. I think that it could be used in the large hall. It could be used elsewhere. The actual end uses of this, it could be a many number of things.
Councilmember Risto.
So echoing Councilmember Rennie, I mean, I agree that we should do the $100,000 big divider. I don't think it's worth doing the structural work or looking into anything for a secondary divider to secure chairs and a Zoom equipment. I would almost, because it's not like, oh, you get more if it's a cheaper price if we get 2 Zoom setups. I would almost be in favor of doing a Zoom setup on the second floor to start with, if there's more rooms up there, or get 1 unit, figure out which floor it makes sense, and with that usage, get a better understanding of if mobile works or if we would want it permanent. Because then if it's permanently in one place, either that's sufficient or we want a second unit that is mobile, movable upstairs or something else. But if it seems like that's not that expensive, I'm okay with 2. But my advice would be just to do 1 and have it mobile and then see if we want to fix that.
I'm in agreement with the 1, and I'm just going to clean up a couple of motions that we can maybe clear up some other items. I'm going to move that we direct staff to proceed with the keypad for the office, and I'm going to make a motion to approve the large hall divider and safety lighting. And I'll try including the motion with just 1 portable system. See if I have a second. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I'll second. The safety lighting that's just for the outside of the building, and it's not hugely expensive, correct?
So we don't have the estimates for the safety lighting on the external, but it was safety lighting included indoors and outdoors because there could be some emergency lighting put in the restrooms.
Okay.
All right, Vice Mayor?
You have a second?
Yeah, I have a second.
Okay.
right, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. I think we cleaned up the items. Is there something more, Katie?
What would be helpful is there was discussion of providing furnishings. Is there a dollar amount you want to dedicate to this? The other thing I did want to clarify is we did hear a lot of, make the space welcoming. It was my understanding that it was meant for like the whole interim community center, not necessarily this one room. So this room will be more of a private use on a meeting basis. But I think that's fine if that's how the council would like to start making it warm and welcoming. But having an amount you'd like to dedicate to that would be useful.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I think it would be really a big challenge to make that whole building welcoming. And I think that adding $100,000 of pendant lighting is a drop in the bucket for that. So I wouldn't recommend anything else in that regard. Now, with regard to the shared office space, I would, suggest that you work with the service providers and with the, with the, I'd say direction, but with the intention of providing a welcoming and inviting facility that is indicative of where the community would like to go in the future for these type of services. And so personally, I would be interested in a budget of $10,000 or potentially, more to make that room really a place where our young folks and our older folks who come in for case management, they think that this community cares about them.
Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, 10,000 or even more if it came out, if there was something that they really thought, could really make a big difference, I think that would be appropriate. It's still, a small portion of sort of the money we've allocated here. And then just a question, was there anything, so I appreciate you all trying to, read our minds on how to make the lobby more inviting and all of that. I do think that's, sort of where I was thinking about the inviting aspect. Or were there any couches or like, did they need a new painting on the wall? Anything sort of in the lobby area, I think would, potentially make sense. Again, I think, changing out the lighting seems to not be it. And again, I clearly don't know what it is. But if there's anything that the CHSSC or any or staff comes up with, just to, make it more inviting.
Okay.
I appreciate that comment just because it is a little bit of mind reading in the sense that we keep hearing the phrase, make it more inviting and welcoming, but nobody can really come up with what that concrete thing is. But with this direction, we can explore whether it's the lobby space and the office space. How do we make it warmer and more inviting? Is there consensus around the $10,000?
I would agree with that. I know Councilmember Rennie has his hand up.
I wanted to say, I don't know where 10,000 is going to go if we buy brand new furniture and everything. I want to, in my mind, inviting means not too sparse. If you buy a very comfortable couch and a chair and a nice desk and stop, I don't think that completes the inviting. A nice picture was mentioned. A lot of these are maybe therapy kind of things, having available, sometimes people need stuff to play with in their hands when they're talking. I'm not saying do that, but I'm trying to say don't do nothing. Think about, it's maybe not you, it's maybe the providers that need to think about how is it most inviting for their clients. And what I'm trying to say is don't just stop at comfortable furniture. Maybe it means a plant or a nice painting or whatever it is. Complete the picture, and if 10,000 doesn't do it, come back to us so we can complete the picture.
Councilmember Moore?
Is it worth saying, up to $20,000 so staff doesn't have to come back to us?
That's fine with me.
Could we have a motion potentially for that?
I move to allow up to $20,000 to be spent on making the provider space and potentially lobby more inviting.
Vice Mayor?
I'll second.
I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. All right, we have 2 more items. Items number 6 and 11 were pulled from consent. So we'll move to item number 6, which is the Shannon Road Pedestrian and Bikeways Improvement Project. Welcome.
I don't have a formal presentation prepared, but the item is award of the construction agreement for executing the improvements at Shannon Road that we talked about pretty at length last June and August. And we are finally ready to move forward. Along with the bid award, there is a series of financial transactions associated with just truing up the budget. Our bids did come in above the engineer's estimate. The engineer's estimate was $1,873,920. And our low bid was, in round numbers, $2.1 million. So the delta between engineer's estimate and the low bid was about $242,000. Of that 242, 199,000 of it was in 2 line items for drainage pipe. So, and every bidder was over the engineer's estimate on those items. So, we have a pretty good idea of where the overage was. After reviewing the bids, we felt they weren't out of line. They didn't justify rebidding, which is the other option, right? Because all 3 bids were over the engineer's estimate. So we'd like to proceed to award the contract to the lowest bidder, which was Spicetto Engineering.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. You addressed my main question about why it's higher than the engineer's estimate. The follow-on is, would we expect that the balance of the project to also exceed estimates by a similar percentage?
Well, the good news is that everything construction related is in here. So, and we've locked in these prices. So we don't, unless there's an unforeseen circumstance in the field, we're comfortable that the construction cost should, the final cost should reflect the 2.1. With that, we did, with this action, we did increase the construction contingency, right? So that kind of bank of funds that we have available, it shows up in the fiscal table as construction contingency. And we've put it at $211,000. So if we do find unforeseen circumstances, we've planned for it, hopefully as part of this action today.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for the report because, I did look through the 3 bids, and as you go item by item, a lot of the items were similar, but it was surprising to me at how vastly different some things were, like changeable signs or whatever, from each other, but then they all sort of fell into a rhythm, and, the outstanding issues are things that have to be addressed. So, they were all above, but I think, the lowest bid looks quite attractive compared to the highest. So there's that. So I'm supportive of continuing forward with this.
Vice Mayor?
I'm prepared to make a motion after public comment.
All right, so I'm going to open public comment. No cards. Anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Closing public comment, going back to the Vice Mayor for a motion.
Yes, so since I raised the question, I get to read the long motion here. The recommendation is to approve the Shannon Road Pedestrian and Bikeways Improvement Project, CIP number 813-0218, consisting of parts A through E outlined in the staff report.
Councilmember Istow.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, our last item is item number 11, which is the Highway 17 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing. You may not have a staff report being not prepared since it was a consent item. Is there any statement you'd like to make, Ms. Burnham?
Sure, I can just clarify that, first of all, thank you for considering this item. As you know, this is a large, complex project that has had a lot of moving pieces over the years that staff has been working on it. As we moved into most recently, in the last 6 months or so, really looking at the concept design, one of the things that really stood out to the team, now that we have more detailed renderings of what it's going to look like, is the way the original concept laid out was if you were traveling uphill on Blossom Hill Road, as you come over Highway 17, the way the project was originally conceived, as you came over the end of that bridge, there would be a 6-foot-high retaining wall immediately on your right without really much shoulder. And so we started looking at what we could do. Our concern was that was going to feel really uncomfortable to drivers and if you are a cyclist who chooses to use the road. It was just, it was going to be a very different experience than we normally have. It's kind of the thing you'd see like in a really urban environment where you might be traveling in, on a road with 2 retaining walls or next to it. So we just were concerned, and I know that's a really touchy-feely way to put it, but we were concerned about how it was going to feel and what the user experience was going to be. So the design team went back and we asked them to relook at that. And by shifting the trail away from the road, we can either, and we already had, so there was wall, there's going to be a wall right against the road, then there would be trail, and then there was going to be another wall because there already is a wall there. And so what we asked them to do was look at alternatives and see if there was something they could do. And by pushing the alignment further away of the trail, the proposed trail, further away from Blossom Hill Road, it allows to either lower that retaining wall, or that would be right up against the road, or possibly eliminate it. And so and then the subsequent wall behind the trail would then be higher. And we think that's a really important change for the project. And now is the right time to make it because we're still in concept design. So that is why we're proposing to move forward. I mean, BKF as a consultant really isn't charging for the engineering. This increase is associated with the need to do additional environmental studies because we push the trail kind of further to the south, so into more oak wooded area. So the penalty points felt low in terms of long-term project costs, but I think we think the user experience will be significantly improved. So we put forward this item to propose that. We still are currently working with our original cost estimate. So we probably will get an updated cost estimate later this year. And so the current cost estimate, the total cost, remains at $29 million for the project. $4 million of that was design. And we're still working within that $4 million. Of that $4 million, a large volume of it is actually Measure B money. So the town in direct funds has put in $1.6 million of that $4 million to date. In looking at the future of the project, with the $29 million construction cost, if we secure the grant funding. You may recall that in February we were here with an item to the First Amendment for BKF was for them to help us prepare grant applications. And there was some good information in that memorandum. We talked about if we, on a $29 million project, if our match is 20%, which is pretty traditional for transportation projects, we'd be at $5.8 million for the local match. We've already got, and it shows in the fiscal table in the memo, $4.4 million of that through our own, the town's own contributions of general fund and TIF, but also through Measure B. So our outstanding commitment to get this, if we get the grants we've applied for, the outstanding commitment to get this project to construction is $1.5 million from the town. And that could come from other grant funds. The beauty of Measure B is we use it for the local match to leverage larger grant opportunities. So we would look to do that in this case. But so I know there were some questions. That's a lot of numbers that I just threw at you at midnight, but happy to answer questions.
Councilmember Rennie.
I've never asked this question before, and I always wondered about it. So you've come up with a construction cost of $29 million, but typically construction costs go up somewhere between 5 and 10% per year. So you must be assuming some year that it's built, and if we miss that by 5 years, we've now probably added maybe 50% to the cost, kind of thing. How has that been factored in to get to this $29 million?
The assumed construction build year is 2025, carrying into 2026. And so you are correct. They include an inflation adjustment on the cost estimate.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I want to thank you for taking into account what the user experience is, because I think, as we looked at this project and it was to change a terrifying user experience in terms of biking and actually an uncomfortable situation walking over the bridge, it also, we have to think about what it feels like for drivers. And as we're putting this structure in, if you suddenly realize that you're going to have a giant retaining wall, we don't really have an experience like that anywhere else where we drive. And when you talked about an urban experience, or it would feel like you're going into a tunnel or something, obviously that won't be sustained, but for a driver to be going along and just suddenly have a wall next to them, and then in addition, the fact that any cyclist would also have the right to bike there, it's like beyond uncomfortable for the driver and the cyclist to have a giant wall next to them and moving traffic. So I think thinking this through, like not just, okay, this is what it looks like from the top, or, oh, this is what this bridge looks like. How does it feel when you're on the road? What does this look like? I appreciate that that was looked at now and that we can address that. And it sounds like any change costs money, but it's not costing us as much as it might have, since they're not charging us for the engineering fee. And I think it would be really catastrophic to come along and start to be under construction and suddenly go, oh my God, this is awful, and how do we mitigate it? So thank you.
So I need to open public comment. Do we have any cards? We have no cards. Nobody's coming forward. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, so I'm going to close public comment, and now we can come back and provide our comments. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Burnham, for answering many of the questions that I had. The tough questions about, the total cost to complete and the role of grants and the town's estimated portion. It's very helpful to get that in a report on this, and I know that we do talk about this project periodically, but since it is so large, I think the public really appreciates your providing that information. I may have missed it, but there was a sort of a simple question that I had, which is, so we've made an alignment change that affects the design cost. What about the ultimate cost? Does that alignment change affect the total cost of the project in a good or bad way?
No, and we don't expect it to, because we're just shifting wall, and we may even be able to eliminate the wall along the road. So we don't expect there to be a significant change in construction cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have comments. Would anyone be prepared to make a motion? Vice Mayor?
I move to authorize the town manager to execute a second amendment to the agreement for consultant services with BKF Engineers for an additional environmental consulting service in the amount of $39,000 for a total agreement not to exceed $3,087,735, and to authorize an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of $34,822 to authorize the allocation to the previously received Transportation Development Act Article 3 grant receipt.
Councilmember Isto?
I'll second the motion.
Comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, we're now moving to council and manager matters. I'm going to start with Councilmember Isto.
Thank you. I'll try to go through this quickly. On the 13th, I think I did mention it before, I met with the Los Gatos Chamber Board of Directors. I attended their meeting just to alert them to the potential 1/8 cent sales tax and let them know how critically important their input was so we can have a discussion. I also met with Rob Stump to talk about the Lodge, Los Gatos High School access, fire safety, as well as the sales tax. There were other council members there. I attended the Live Oak Nutrition Center 50th anniversary lunch. I think there were probably about 90 people there having lunch, and it was a great demonstration of the beautiful nutrition program they provide 5 days a week for lunch. On the 13th, I also attended the Cities Association June membership event. The theme was mental health, which is a priority of the Cities Association. Senator Dave Cortese was there to speak, as well as Dan Woods, the CEO of El Camino Health, and our own Marika Sayak, our former mayor, was, and the President Executive Director of CASI moderated a panel discussion on mental health services that was really very illuminating for a variety, for children's services, older adults, postpartum moms, just the whole spectrum, and what the need is for mental health services. I met with representatives from Los Gatos Meadows to get an update, and I also met with a number of residents regarding housing projects, the Meadows, town property, and sales tax possibilities. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I held my monthly councilmember community coffee and had some good conversations. I also tabled at the farmers market 2 weekends ago, and the conversations were a little bit surprising. I think I only had one person ask me about housing, which is really funny because I think that's what's always on all of our minds. I had several people ask me about e-bikes, so I think more to be done there for sure. Also had a really good conversation about, what more we can be doing for the youth in our town. So I really enjoyed that conversation. Had a good conversation about environmentalism and trees and all of that too. So always enjoy tabling there. I met with the folks from Mid-Penn Housing about the possibility of 100% affordable housing in Los Gatos. I attended along with some other folks here the South Bay High Road roundtable talking about a number of things on the ballot. I attended the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting. I attended a groundbreaking for the new VTA BART connection, which is like a project that I feel embarrassed I didn't know a whole lot about. The idea is to build essentially a subway going through downtown San Jose for 6 miles, which is just awesome. So that's really awesome. It got me thinking about the other ways that we can think about expanding VTA services to Los Gatos via light rail. So I think that's all really good stuff. And I have that's it.
Councilmember Rennie?
Awesome subway for $12 billion. So on June 6th, I attended the VTA board meeting. Bart's always on the subject there. On June 12th, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met. The big issue we had for discussion is when we formed the organization, we said we wanted to be 100% carbon-free electricity we bought, and back then it was, well, what are we, about year 7 or 8 now? We were able to buy hydropower at $5 a megawatt hour. Now, because so many organizations are trying to be more carbon-free in what they buy, hydropower is now about $30 a megawatt hour, and it's not really available. It seems to be shortage of water in the Northwest, where a lot of that power comes from now. So we're struggling with how do we buy enough clean power to get to our 100%. So this coming year is going to be difficult for us, and to maybe make the 100% clean for that reason. On 6/13, I attended the Live Oak Nutrition 50th anniversary with a couple other council members. I also attended on 6/13 the Cities Association dinner with a couple other council members. On 6/17, I was sort of the speaker at Democracy Tent. I'm on the Fire Safe Council Board, as I've mentioned in the past. I brought our CEO along to educate the members of the Democracy Tent about what the Fire Safe Council does and how we coordinate with the different fire agencies in the county and other services we do, such as vegetation management and analyzing potential technology. We have some pilot programs from sensors that we are deploying in the area right now on some of the technology that we've been investigating. Afterwards, I met with Lee Quintana. She was educating me on the inconsistency in our medium density zoning, particularly in the Union Avenue area. That discussion will probably come up when we work on Program J. That's it.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. On the 10th, I had the opportunity to film a video about mental health for the Cities Association. And then I participated in the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting on the 11th. I attended the Live Oak Nutrition 50th lunch, had a lovely lasagna there, and then participated in a couple of ribbon cuttings of some new retail in town. And then I met with the board of Los Gatos Thrives met on the 13th, and they received their official 501c3 and added another board member and started planning activities to supplement the town's ability to finance senior services over the next couple of years. Then I attended the Cities Association membership event on the 13th, which was devoted to mental health, and really a fantastic panel discussion there, and really enlightening about where we are as a county and what we can do more for mental health services. And that is pretty much it. I listened to the Democracy Tent meeting, and I met with Tyler Taylor from SASE to discuss senior services in Los Gatos.
Is that it? Okay. On June 5th and June 17th, the town manager and I met with the vice mayor and town manager of Monte Sereno to review the contract for services provided by the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department. On June 12th and June 17th, in partnership with NUMU and LGS Rec, the town manager and I met with 30 kids from the Footbridge Mural Project Camp in the council chambers. It provided the opportunity to acquaint the kids with town government and answer questions about our roles as mayor and town manager. These were savvy kids. They right off the bat, one kid said, "I don't like taxes." So then we got on a conversation about taxes. They were very sophisticated kids, but it was a lot of fun. It was great. And we have one more meeting coming up next week. On June 12th, I participated in a ribbon cutting for Jen's Statement Jewelry at 41 North Santa Cruz Ave. And on June 13th, I participated in a ribbon cutting for Ambrosia Indian Bistro at 133 North Santa Cruz Ave. Town Manager.
Thank you. A couple of things to report. Tomorrow, Town Hall and the library are closed in recognition of Juneteenth. We reopen on Thursday, the 20th. We have our 4th of July celebration coming up at Oak Meadow Park. Please join us. We'll have the symphony as well as other activities for our public in the morning and afternoon. On Sunday, July 7th, in these council chambers, we are doing an outreach meeting regarding police department services. This is part of our departmental assessment, and the public is welcome to provide input. And then just a reminder that July 15th is the opening of the nomination period for the 2 council seats that are on the 2024 ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a closed session report, Ms. Whelan?
The town council met in closed session to discuss real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 and labor negotiations pursuant to 54957.6. And at this time, there's no reportable action.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for staying so late. This meeting is adjourned.